Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will not take roll call today. I have a number of messages from His Excellency the President. These messages came in my absence, and I'm told they've not been read to the House. It's important we do so that they can be formally captured in the official reports of the House. Honorable members, There is an earlier message dated 6th January 2025, which was addressed to the Speaker, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, redetermination of the emoluments. I think we read that one. The one on emoluments. I think we read them. These were done by the former president. We read them to the House. There were 2 of them. Yes. Now, we have a number of them on nomination of ministers. Were they read to the House? Then we move on to item 4, formal communication by the Speaker. The one available to me is a formal indication by the Member of Parliament for Kwau Afran Plains North, Honorable Pele Wallesi. And this is in response to what we discussed earlier on about the members of Parliament who are independent, formally writing to the Speaker as to which caucus they want to transact business with. You know, our revised standing orders allow for the caucus of an independent members caucus, but it's only when they are up to 7. We have only 4, so they cannot constitute a caucus. And so he has written a letter dated 9th January 2025 to me, the Speaker, and it reads, Dear Sir, declaration to do business with the NDC caucus. I, Pele Wallesi, an independent candidate member of Parliament for Kwau Afran Plains North constituency, do hereby declare that I shall, for the purpose of transacting business in the House, associate with the NDC caucus in the 9th Parliament. This is for the avoidance of doubt. I hereby affirm that I shall cooperate and collaborate with the NDC caucus in the 9th Parliament. Thank you. Dated this 9th January 2025, signed, Honorable Pele Wallesi, MP, Kwau Afran Plains North constituency. We then move to item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We'll start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 22nd January 2025. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page Page 6. Page, yes, Honorable Member, page 6.
Mr. Speaker, I realized I have been marked as absent, although I was present in the chamber yesterday.
Who are you?
Mr. Speaker, my name is Kwabna Boateng, Member of Parliament for Attrition.
What's the number on the order paper?
Mr. Speaker, that will be page 7.
So you wait until I get to page 7.
Very well, Mr.
We're
Speaker.
at page 6.
Very well.
Okay, now page 7, you can go on.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Respectfully, I have been marked absent, although I attended the chamber yesterday.
So what you do is to start by saying, I am so and so Member of Parliament for, then you mention your constituency. My name appears as number at this page. Then we can follow. You know, all the other members can easily follow your submissions, and then we can easily correct the error if there is any. Please, Chief Whips, you have to do your work. Please, table office, kindly take note of, he has already mentioned his name earlier on, and note that he was present yesterday. Page 8. Page 7, yes, sorry.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Shirley Che, representing the good people of Ajuman South. I was present in the chamber yesterday, but I realized that I've been marked absent.
That's number...
Item number 25.
Number 25.
Yes, please.
Che Shelley, Miss.
Yes, please.
Yes, table office, can you take note?
Thank you.
Page, yes, 7. This is not on.
Kelly Olase, who are from Plains North. Number 24 on page 7. I was present in the chamber yesterday, and I've been marked absent.
Yes, table office, kindly take note. Yes, honorable members, my attention is drawn to the fact that they started test running the system, and therefore a lot of this information will be offloaded to the system, and you just need to access them where you are. But in the meantime, kindly always indicate your presence by signing the form that is sent around, and also at the committee sittings, or I should say committee meetings. Please sign the form that is circulated. That's what they use to note those that are present and those who are absent. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, please. Page 9, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, page 9, paragraph 7, and the official report. Speaker, we need to have a second look at the date. The 8th January 2024 was a Monday, and the Wednesdays in January 2024 fell on the 3rd, the 10th, 17th, 24th, and 31st. And so I believe we need to correct either the Wednesday or the 8th. Thank you.
I think the mistake is rather the year. It should be 2025, not 2024. We talk about this year, not last year. I think if that is accepted, then it's correct. Okay. Honorable members, page 5. Now go to the last page, page 10. Page 10. Page 10. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the fourth sitting dated Wednesday, 22nd January 2025 is adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have two copies of the official report. The first one is dated 7th January 2025. Tuesday, 7th January 2025. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 7th January 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. The second is dated Thursday, 9th January 2025. Honorable members, any corrections? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, on column 7, under votes and proceedings and the official report, Mr. Kofi Idi Adams, Mr. Speaker, based on the information and the counsel you gave yesterday after Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, I've been in this house, at least this is my second term. I'm not very familiar with Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. However, my good friend told me on Tuesday that he's inviting me to his Viva sometime later this month. So I want to be sure whether he has been given, because until the Viva is done, you can't assume the title. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Official report for Thursday, 9th January 2025, column 39.
Then let me just react to, I thought you were trying to respond to the issue raised. Yes, I totally agree with you. It's not only that, even after that, you have to formally inform the House so that we can note it in our records that you are now to refer to us by title, Doctor, Professor, Reverend, whatever. We just don't assume that you have it. Some of you are using honorary doctorate. It's not allowed. If that is the case, some of us have plenty of them, but we don't use them because that is not recognized professionally. So please, In the meantime, our dear honorable member will be referred to as Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. Those who will attend the ceremony, and then after that he will inform us formally, and then we can now properly accord him that title. Yes, so please amend the records accordingly. Sorry, you want to?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for your wise counsel. Based on that, it runs through, I see same on column 33. So consequentially, all these have to be effected. And I'm also happy that you made a profound statement on the use of honoris causa, which I agree with you that we don't have to entertain. Otherwise, we will end up destroying the desire or the quest for graduate programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are welcome. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The official report, Thursday, 9 January 2025, column 39, paragraph 4. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be an attempt to covet my seat for NDC upon the over 180 seats they have. The table of this still indicates Reverend John Timfojo, NDC, Asin South. I wish to state here and now that Asin South survived the tsunami and still remains an MPP seat. I thank you.
Table office kindly take note of that. It's still the lawful occupation of the MPP. They still own that seat, not NDC. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Alhaji Al-Hassan Mumuni, one of the returnees back to Parliament. I want to ask for your leave to let us look at the official report for 7th January 2025, where we have the list of individuals, the members of Parliament. My name is written Mumuni Al-Hassan with Esquire. Okay. So that's what I also want to understand. So I wanted your guidance, because I know they do that for lawyers. So,
so you've been guided accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, honorable member.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Official report, Thursday, 9th January 2025. Rules and proceedings, column 20. Mr.
Column 20.
Column 20, yes, the last paragraph. Mr. First Deputy Speaker, I consequentially direct. I believe it was supposed to be I consequently direct. And so if that can be corrected.
I think it's consequentially.
Okay, okay, very well noted.
Yes. Yes, please. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections of the official report of 9th January 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, item 6, statements. I from the House that I received a communication from the National Democratic Congress, from the National Secretariat, dated 23rd January 2025. And it reads, the Speaker of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra, dear sir, notification of selected leaders of the majority caucus for the 9th Parliament. I make reference to the above. I make reference to the above subject matter and trust that this letter finds you well. In accordance with the established parliamentary procedures and practice, I write to formally inform you of the selection of the leaders of the majority caucus for the 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And following extensive deliberation by the National Executive Committee and in consultation with the NDC Majority Caucus, we have designated the following honorable members to the leadership positions on the majority front bench. 1. Majority Leader, Mahama Ayarga, MP for Boko Central. 2. Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan, MP for Cape Coast South. 3. Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafiamapo, MP for South Dai. 4. First Deputy Majority Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, MP for Adan. And 5. Second Deputy Majority Whip, Honorable Richard Achampon, MP for Bia East. Honorable members, the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in consultation with our majority caucus in Parliament, has complied with all legal processes that underpin such nominations. We kindly request that you take the necessary steps to formalize these appointments in line with the established practice of the House. Please accept assurances of our highest esteem. Yours sincerely, Honorable Pifi Piavi Kweti, General Secretary. Signed. So this is the information that we have, and as stated in the letter, they are requesting that we take the necessary steps to formalize these appointments in line with the established practices of the House. And so I will now move to the leaders to let us comply with that procedure.
Mr. Speaker, exactly 2 years ago today, on the 23rd of January 2023, I was tasked to lead the NDC Minority Caucus on the 8th Parliament. Kindly permit me to use this occasion to express my gratitude to my colleagues in leadership who served with me to lead our caucus. First, as the minority caucus from the 23rd of January 2023 to 6th of January 2025. And second, as the majority caucus from 7th of January 2025 to today. I pay tribute to Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua, the MP for Lembele, the Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja, the MP for Adaklo, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the MP for Banda, and Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, the MP for the Ada constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm equally grateful to you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your fatherly guidance throughout my tenure as the leader of the NDC caucus. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm profoundly grateful for the opportunity to address this House as its leader for the final time. Today marks the official conclusion of my journey within the leadership ranks of this august House. It has been a remarkable period during which I transitioned from minority leader to majority leader. With this address, I formally take my leave as the leader of the NDC Supermajority Caucus this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, allow me this moment to extend my deepest gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the National Chairman of the NDC, Honorable Johnson Esiedun Katia, the General Secretary of the NDC, the Honorable Fifi Fiavikwete, and the entire functional executives of the National Democratic Congress. Leading the NDC Parliamentary Caucus has been an honor of the highest order. Mr. Speaker, the unwavering support and the collaboration of colleagues is a privilege I have never taken for granted. Together, we have risen above our differences, weathered the storm of transition, and forged a formidable and victorious front. Right Honorable Speaker, we celebrate our collective achievement. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to even a brighter future for our country. We held the government to account, inspired public confidence, and upheld the values of transparency, service to our people. Our unity of purpose is what delivered the overwhelming and decisive victory for the NDC in the 2024 election. Mr. Speaker, I am not perfect, yet throughout I serve my party and the country with unwavering dedication. I acknowledge that in the line of duty, I may have unintentionally stepped on few toes. To those affected, I humbly seek your forgiveness. Please forgive me. Leadership, I believe, is not about perfection, but about the sincerity of purpose. Our actions must always be guided by good faith and the overarching interest of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I was entrusted with the responsibility of the minority leader. In this relatively short time, we have collectively achieved a remarkable milestone. Together with my NDC colleagues, we provided constructive alternatives to government policies and safeguarded millions of Ghana cedis in public funds. We championed groundbreaking legislations, including some of the most impactful private members' bills in Ghana's parliamentary history. These efforts significantly shaped national policy and discourse. It is no surprise, therefore, that the people of Ghana recognize our efforts by entrusting us with additional 50 parliamentary seats, transforming the NDC caucus from a minority of 137 to a commanding majority caucus of 137 seats and counting. Mr. Speaker, it was the result of hard work, perseverance, and the unity of the 137 gallant NDC members of Parliament. As I transition from this leadership role to the Ministry of Finance, Right Honorable Speaker, I embrace this path with humility and resolve. I will continue to rely on the support of all colleagues in this House as we work together for the good of our country. Mr. Speaker, as a former leader of this House, I assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, that neither you, nor your members, nor the staff of Parliament will ever be far away from my thoughts. Mr. Speaker, the institution of Parliament and its concerns will always remain a priority. In my capacity as Minister of Finance, I pledge to work tirelessly for the people of Ghana, ensuring that the needs and aspirations of the people of Ghana remains at the forefront of our agenda. Let us unite in the pursuit of these shared goals. Right Honorable Speaker, I must take a moment to recognize my good friend and brother, the Minority Leader. The Speaker, though we often found ourselves at odds, our mutual respect fostered a working relationship that guided this House throughout some of its most challenging moments. To the dedicated staff of the Parliamentary Service, thank you for the invaluable support you have provided me and my colleagues in leadership. I trust you will extend the same level of commitment to the incoming Majority Leader and his team. Mr. Speaker, it has become imperative for the Majority Caucus to effect a change in its leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, I now refer you to Order 6 of our standing orders, which provides that Majority Leader means a member of Parliament designated by the Majority Caucus as their leader in this House. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that on the 8th of February, on the 21st of February 2024, during the 8th Parliament, you interpreted what constitutes the designation of leadership in this House. You reminded this House that it is the party that has given you the platform to come to this House. You come on the ticket of the party to appoint your leaders. The party must lead the process. You said, Mr. Speaker, you concluded with a ruling that the party would lead the process to designate or appoint the leaders of the caucus of the House. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, the National Executive Council of the Great NDC, the Majority Caucus, have designated the following honorable members as the new leaders of the Majority Caucus. The Honorable Mahama Ayarega, the MP for Boko Central, as our Majority Leader. The Honorable George Kweku Rickett-Hagan, Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South Constituency, as our Deputy Majority Leader. The Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Echi Dafiamepo, the MP for Saudai, as our Chief Whip. Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, MP for Ada Constituency, our First Deputy Majority Whip. And Honorable Richard Achampon, MP for Bia East Constituency, as our Second Deputy Majority Whip. Mr. Speaker, I extend my best wishes to the incoming Leader of the House, the Honorable Mahama Ayarega, and his team. May they be guided by wisdom and grace as they steer the affairs of this House, oversee the successful conduct of government business. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I profoundly want to express my deepest appreciation to the good people of Ejumakon, Yan Isiam, my constituency, for the opportunity to represent them as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, I now will permit any member who may want to make a comment on this transition may do so now. Brief comment, because we have other business to transact. Yes, I can see. Yes, my attention is being drawn to time constraints, but definitely we will allow one from each side, and then if leaders want to have a say, they will be permitted to do so. So, Doctor, I will by all means permit you. After that, you will come in. After the comments, then you can come in with your audition. Yes, please. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this prestigious opportunity. I wouldn't want to talk much. Just I want to say that we thank Honorable Dr. Attoforsen, outgoing leader of the majority, for that information or the presentation he made. I think he has illustrated that he's going to do well at the finance ministry and then keep to his promises, because that is extremely important. Promises of taking away all the taxes and still rule this country where Ghanaians want it. Mr. Speaker, coming back to the issue, I also like to admonish the incoming leaders of the majority that as much as we experience some sort of minimal illustration of leadership cohesion as we needed as a country from outgone Dr. Attoforsen, they should please review what happened or revise what happened during the 8th Parliament. This is the time that I think Ghana needs cohesion from both sides. This is not the time to abuse and misuse the undue advantage of numbers and change the focus of this country. Mr. Speaker, they have a lot of advantages, unlike the previous seemingly balanced house that saw Ghanaians witnessing a lot of higgledy-piggledy and mambo-jumbo. They don't need numbers much, but they need the endowments of those who give them the mandate, being the good people of Ghana. Ghanaians want to see a majority with their leadership that is prioritizing the interests of the good people of this country, championing causes, projects, and programs that will ensure equitability, equality, and that will create the needed balance between political expectation and the developmental expectations that Ghanaians are looking forward to. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I would like to wish them all the best and still continue to monitor whatever they do, because Ghanaians will always mark them. They shouldn't forget. And I would like to quote the present president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, that he said, in our local dialect, he said that Aba edebo techino and one edebo boba. Depending on how they behave. I am therefore ending that we are not expecting them to put up any dysfunctional behaviors that will be inimical to the performance and the progress and the forward movement of Ghana. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Hajia Ladi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for you, first of all, recognizing the fact that I needed to separate a fight between two individuals whom I would never want to see having any proposed. Look at that. Mr. Speaker, thanks be to the Almighty Allah for giving us yet another day and for making us realize this day. I am so elated about happenings in the caucus. The outgone leadership and the one before them. They performed so marvelously, so nice, so well. And they presented the best that they could and made sure that all of us as a caucus who were involved in all the activities of the party. This led us to the enormous success that we chopped. We cannot run away from it. They have done so well. Today, we have another set. All I can say is that we, behind them, are going to hold them to the work, to the duties that they are going to lead as caucus leaders. We are going to ensure that they listen and listen to us. And we will also let them understand that motivation from leadership is very important. I know all 4 of them, 5 of them seated here. I've known them at least. I have not seen any one of them I have not known for at least 10 years. So I know how credible they are. I hope and pray that the leadership today is going to emulate exactly what the past leaders did, such that in the coming days, weeks, months, years, we would continue to rise and rise and rise and rise until the people of Ghana have seen that they have, yes, elected those that are worth it, and that we are doing our job as representatives, and that we will achieve our aim to ensure that Ghana moves forward in the right direction, and that setting the Ghana we want is not an issue of only being a leader, but ensuring that you provide that leadership. Mr. Speaker, in the leadership, there is only one woman. And I want to assure that woman that with some of us, we are always ready to support. It's not a matter of being in the leadership chair. It's a matter of doing the leadership job. It's a matter of supporting. It's a matter of ensuring that you support them to make sure that they do the work as expected. For us, we will do it, and I will entreat my colleague women on our side to support and make sure that we achieve our aim. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping and praying that the Almighty Allah protects and guides them so that at the end of the day, we will get what we want, and that anywhere they can rely on us to chop success. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, And I say I wish them the best, and I hope they will be able to also make sure that our brothers and sisters on the other side work with us. It is very important. Whatever we are looking for in this chamber as MPs, notwithstanding the fact that we are the ruling government today, is the same thing that they are looking for, and we should know that if we have their support and we always build consensus, it will go a long way to help us. And to our brothers and sisters on the other side, please, 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 over-politicization will not help. And so I hope that you would continue to help and make us build consensus and stop litigation so that at the end of the day, we give thanks to the Almighty and for our success as Ghanaians in a nutshell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish us all the best.
Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to make a few comments in response to the communication we received from the National Democratic Congress announcing a change in leadership. But first, Mr. Speaker, I welcome you back home after your trip to Côte d'Ivoire on the occasion of the opening of their Legislative Assembly. You continue, Mr. Speaker, to project the good image of this House, and I pray that you continue with strength to deliver on your mandate in this 9th Parliament. Second, my respected colleague, Dr. and his team, congratulations. You've done what you have to do for your party. Yesterday, I watched you, Dr. Forson, on the TV, together with your Chief Whip, Kwame Govins Abuja, taking the ministerial oath. I wish you well. Indeed, this is a time to serve your country in another capacity, and your party has recognized that, and Mr. President has honored you. This was a great time working with you. In the 8th Parliament was a real test for the democracy of our country. I recall the many times that decisions had to be made on this floor, where you had to painfully tell me that your side does not support me. I took it in all its stride, and today democracy has won. Mr. Speaker, the outgoing majority leader, or the former majority leader, Dr. Forson, was right when he stated that in spite of all of these, we kept a good friendship. I recall also his chief whip, situations where Kwame would disagree with me, he would find a way of avoiding an eyeball-to-eyeball contact. He would be looking elsewhere. He will ignore my text messages and my WhatsApp messages, and when he's done with everything, he will tell me, Kwame, I'm sorry, I have to defend the party's interest. My good friend, Emmanuel Amakofibua, we often gave wrong signals to the optics. I think today, our common fights will be over. People don't know how great our friendship is, but you were always getting under my skin. And I know now, as a minister
our political fight would take a different form. This time, you would have to come and defend your government policy. To the incoming team, led by my senior at the bar, my respected colleague, Mahama Ayariga. We served together in ECOWAS Parliament. You were very supportive. You've earned the respect of your colleagues in the sub-region. I know that you built consensus. In fact, Honorable Ayariga, there's something I've learned from you, and I want to share. You don't mind how long it takes to negotiate to bring peace. And that I've learned with a great deal of respect. I believe that even as majority leader, you would not assume that you have the numbers. So you have to railroad matters on this House floor. I pray that you continue with that skill so that together we ensure the peace of this House by assisting Mr. Speaker. Indeed, many people in this country do not know that over 90% of the issues on this floor are resolved through consensus. Just a few that get into the media is what takes center stage. I pray that we'll build consensus during your tenure. But to the backbenchers and all of us in this 9th Parliament, Honorable Ayariga, the majority leader, is a great debater. He loves his procedure. And let me disclose this. The day we had this hint of he becoming the leader of the House, one of my researchers told me that, leader, your new leader is always glued to his law. He loves debate. So get your members to get ready. So I know that you enjoy the rules and you will not allow things to go unattended. But let me quickly remind you, sir, that as a government leader, if you try to introduce more debates, government business will suffer. Honorable Deputy Leader, right, soberly minded gentleman, we are from the central region. We've shared great moments together. I know I gave you some tough times when you were a Deputy Finance Minister, and I was in opposition in the backbench those days, but we still kept good friendship. And Eche, my steady mate, not many people know this. We studied long hours to pass our law exam. Again, I know how passionate you are about the work you do. But again, too many debates will stall government business. Be reminded. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I would want to congratulate the new team one more time and assure them that our side will treat them with respect. We'll work together, beautify democracy, assure the nation that although it is NDC and MPP, to borrow from Honorable Kennedy Japan, it's about systems and policies. Richard, who has joined the team, who worked on the finance committee, you know your finance committee matters, and you've now been brought to leadership. It's a signal to us what you expect from the majority to add up to the team on key matters. So we'll prepare to face you on issues of the floor. And my own mother, Honorable Odoyo, you add up to the beauty of leadership. Always being a mother for all of us. I know in difficult moments, you came to me and gave me some good counseling. I'm happy that you are still part of the team as the most experienced to support the new team to work and work well for the good of all of us. Welcome once again. Congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. Without more, I shall end it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The new leaders of the majority, you have heard from your predecessors and also the leadership of the minority and a few members of parliament. What do you now have to tell us?
Right Honorable Speaker, a short while ago, I was formally chosen by my party, the Great National Democratic Congress, and the majority caucus of 187 members to lead the NDC caucus in this ninth Parliament of the Fourth Republic. It is an honor and a privilege to serve in this new role as majority leader and leader of government business in this Parliament. With humility and profound gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the leadership of the NDC, chaired by the Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, and my honorable colleagues in Parliament, I wholeheartedly accept this appointment. I am thankful for the confidence reposed in me, fully aware that this is an onerous role. I intend the best of my abilities. Our duty as legislators is to ensure that we do all we can for the betterment of the people of Ghana. As leaders of the House, as a leader of the House, I have an abiding duty to ensure that we always stand on the side of Ghanaians. Right Honorable Speaker, this is my charge to keep and a duty I will faithfully discharge. As leader of the House, I am committed to working hard to ensure that members work in an environment that is more conducive, convenient, and friendly. We are the representatives of the people of Ghana for a reason. Let us always be guided by this, that way we will carve a place for ourselves in the annals of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, may I seize the opportunity to express appreciation to the immediate past leadership of our caucus, made up of Honorable Tessel Atuforsen, the outgoing majority leader, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua, outgoing deputy majority leader. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in the case of Honorable Bua, I intend that his seat should be relocated to behind the pillar. Kwame Governs Abuja, outgoing Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, outgoing First Deputy Majority Whip, and the youngest lady in the chamber, Honorable Comfort Doyle, outgoing Second Deputy Majority Whip, and incoming First Deputy Majority Whip. I also want to thank all the members of our caucus for the unity and oneness of purpose displayed. I'm counting on you to continue to exhibit this same level of support and togetherness, if not more. Mr. Speaker, my main agenda in this House is to pursue the manifesto and program of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, a manifesto and a commitment that has received the overwhelming support and vote of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we will do this by passing good laws that seek to further those commitments, and we will use our various committees and our oversight responsibilities to ensure that the institutions of governance work for the people of Ghana once again. Let me use this opportunity to thank the minority leader and our friends on the other side of the aisle for the cooperation and support we have received so far since the beginning of this night's Parliament. I want to assure them that in spite of their dwindled numbers, I, as my colleague, the minority leader, has already indicated, I believe in accommodation, I believe in consensus building, and I believe in discipline, and I believe in orderliness, and I believe in working together. I look forward to working with you to ensure that the good people of Ghana are well served by this Parliament. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that I will succeed. And the main reason why I will succeed is because your very good self is still in this chamber. When I came into this chamber 20 years ago, you were the leader of my caucus. And I have learned so much from you. You have risen from minority leader to majority leader. You've served in the executive arm of government. You've risen from deputy speaker, and now you are the speaker of the Parliament. And you are in this chamber. And so I believe that you cannot afford to see me fail. And that is the reason why I'm very confident that I will succeed. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank colleagues.
Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence at the distinguished visitors gallery, the national chairman and the general secretary of the National Democratic Congress. We have the national chairman, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and then the general secretary, Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. are here to ensure that the transition is done and done in accordance with the law. They want to see it fili, so that they can go back and report to the party. You are most welcome. And I want to note this for the parties. As we all know traditionally, how we get inspired when at your workplace, your father or your mother visits you. It's so motivating. And so I want to encourage the leadership of political parties from time to time to follow up here to see what their representatives are doing. And I think I have to commend the National Chairman and General Secretary of the NDC for always being present. Particularly the National Chairman is always present. He comes to see what is being done in this House. I recommend that to the other parties. Honorable members, let it not be said anywhere. I repeat, let it not be said anywhere that the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana did not perform well. Political scientists have adjudged the 8th Parliament as one of the best hung parliaments in the world. I don't know why some people try to use seeming hung. I don't know whether they've ever read the definition of a hung parliament. The hung parliament is a feature of the Westminster system. And it has happened in many countries. In the United Kingdom, it has happened a number of times. In Australia, it has occurred a number of times. In India, it used to happen in the United States of America, and they had to legislate on it. About 90-something% of hung parliaments don't go for their full term of office. And in fact, when it occurred once in Ghana, in 1979, it only lasted for 27 months. People forget all this. And they say that this is the first time Ghana had a hung parliament. No. It happened in 1979 between the People's National, was it PNP, People's National Party, and then the Popular Front Party. It occurred, and it only lasted 27 months. In UK recently, we've had a number of hung parliaments, and they were compelled to change their prime ministers. Ours lasted 4 successful years and delivered a smooth transition of power from a party in opposition to a party in government. That is a record that is being analyzed or being praised. Unfortunately, Ghanaians are rather condemning it. They don't see the achievements we've made. And it's including the researchers, they can go around many countries to search from their records, and you'll see that the 8th Parliament performed very, very well. We should be commended instead of being condemned. Please, the 8th Parliament is also different from the 9th Parliament. And therefore, as our former Honorable ABA Fuseni will say, when the drum beats change, the dance will also change. And so that's what is expected of the 9th Parliament. The drum beat has changed. It has changed from a hung parliament to supermajority parliament. And I'm happy that the leadership and members have taken note of this, and they are calling for caution that we should not use the multitude in our debates, but we should use reason and the national interest. As the Speaker, I'll be very firm and I'll insist that that is done. Ghana has been promised a reset, and the people accepted the reset. The reset must be done. That is it. So please, I thank all of you for the understanding, and I hope we work together in harmony to advance our common interests and improve on the living conditions of the people we represent. Thank you so much. I'm informed that we have some statements. I don't know whether we should take them now, or there are some priorities that leaders want us to take first before we go to statements. We can take the statements now. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House and your leave, I wish to vary the order of business so that we can lay some reports that are ready so that they can be distributed and then we can take them later.
Yes, minority from bench. Any objection?
Mr. Speaker, save that there was no prior discussion on this matter. We are amenable to his prayer to the chair.
Honorable members, we may now move on to at the commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: 7A, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3. If they are all ready, please present them now.
Roman 3 is not ready, but 1 and 2 are ready.
Yes, by the chairman of the committee. Sorry, Minority Leader, yes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted my respected colleague to bring clarity to exactly what he wants to do. He's talking about the report to be laid, but we don't have them. So I just want to know from him what exactly his prayer is. We've not seen any report.
We definitely, after they are laid, I'll give the directive for them to be distributed. Then you will see them. But if our attention had been drawn earlier, you could have consulted as leaders. But it's just now that it has arisen. So I commend you for conceding to it, and then let us proceed with that. So please, Chairman's Committee, if the reports are ready, Roman A1 and A2, then you can proceed to lay them with a bow.
Okay. Third report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. Fourth report of the Appointment Committee on his nominations for appointment as ministers.
Honorable members, the two reports, and I direct that copies be made available to all members of Parliament. Which other report is ready for presentation? None. So may we now go back to messages or any other item to be taken? I say messages, statements. That is all. Now, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. The second Deputy Speaker will preside over the House as you present your statements. Yes, leadership, will you be moving the motion for the adoption of the reports? The second Deputy Speaker will take the chair from now.
Statement. Yes. I know it. Honourable members, let's turn to page 2, item listed 6, statements. We have, yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague and I have conferred, and we, with your leave and the leave of the House, we want to vary the order of business so that we can move to motions 8 and then after that 9, so that we can take the third report of the Appointments Committee on the nomination of ministers.
Motion 9, 8 and 9. Very well.
8 first.
Very well. Is that the pressure of minority leadership?
Speaker, it is so.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 3. Page 3, item listed 8. Motion by the chairman of the Appointment Committee.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that the motion numbered 8 at page 3 of today's order paper, that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the third report of the Appointment Committee of His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as ministers, may be now moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so moved.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Yes, the minority whip will second the motion. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. This is procedural motion. I will therefore go ahead to put the question. And the question is, all those in favor of the motion listed 8 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed 8 in today's order paper is adopted. We move to 9, the substatement of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move the motion numbered 9 at page 3 of today's order paper, that this Honourable House adopts the third report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present the third report of the Appointment Committee on the subject matter under reference. Mr. Speaker, the report captures the vetting and its consideration of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Agnes Momo Latte as Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajare as Minister Designate for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Mr. Speaker, the committee members asked very salient questions on land ownership, line of reporting of the administrator of this Assembly Common Fund, improving the local economy in collaboration with MMDCs, inadequate human resource at the MMDAs, resources to run MMDAs and other agencies under the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. District Rules Improvement Program, otherwise known as DRIP. Questions were asked on that. Questions were on waste management contract, the mandate of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. The Speaker, the nominee, in a very composed manner, provided the answers, and the answers are fully captured in the report. Right Honourable Speaker, on the second nominee, Honourable Agnes Momo Latte, questions were also asked on the President's vision for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, strategies to improve school feeding program, assistance to the people of Nungua under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, the benefit of the women Development Bank as contained in the NDC manifesto, the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, LEAP, importance of the affirmative action law, the distribution of sanitary pad among female students. Mr. Speaker, the nominee again provided answers to this question, and these answers were captured in the report verbatim. Honorable Speaker, the third nominee under reference is Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari, Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Again, the committee posed so many questions, including revenue mobilization at the port, revamping defunct state-sponsored agro farms, position on 1D, 1F, her position on 1D, 1F, the trade balance, weak entrepreneurial ecosystem, and many more. Mr. Speaker, her answers to the question is fully captured in the report. Mr. Speaker, I will therefore urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read as I proceed to read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, the committee considered the nominations by His Excellency the President. The nominee demonstrated competence, knowledge, and expertise on matters relating to their various ministries designated. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus the adoption of its report and approval of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as a Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Agnes Momolate as Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari as Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so submit. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the committee. Now, seconder. Yes, Honorable Member for Okankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to add my voice to the chairman of the committee to congratulate the member for Crowell, the member for Banda, the member for Techima North for their nomination, and having gone through the vetting process excellently a couple of days ago. Mr. Speaker, we know of Honorable Ahmed in this chamber. We've worked with him. We know how passionate he is, but the work in the chamber is different from going to manage entire local government institution, which comprises a lot of difficult district chief executives, district, municipal, and metropolitan chief executives. We expect of him to exercise the necessary restraint in dealing with them and to ensure that the relationship between the MMDCs and the MPs gets improved to ensure that the work in the constituencies and the districts gets on unimpeded. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the member for Crowell exhibited high qualities and convinced the committee that she could do a good job as Minister for Gender and Social Protection. And our own Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari, the member for Techiman, a lawyer by profession, a lady, a mother, having convinced us, Mr. Speaker, promising to continue with the 1D1F program, subject to the challenges she mentioned at the committee. We pray that the good Lord guides her to ensure that the job opportunities that the NDC promised their Green Army will be realized through the 1D1F programs that we initiated. I wish the nominees well, and congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. As usual, of course we want to manage the House well, the caucuses have presented the names of those who will be commenting on the report. So we will move to mention the names for those the caucuses have submitted to the table. So we will begin from the minority side, and we will call on Honorable Member for Impraeso, Honorable Davis Opoku. So, Honorable Member, we will not cut you short, yes, but we have so many other business to conduct today. So please work around 5 minutes for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Appointments Committee before this House. Mr. Speaker, first let me congratulate my colleagues, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Madam Namumo, Madam Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejare, for their nomination to this high office of the land. Mr. Speaker, particularly, I am excited at the nomination of Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim as the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I've been in this House for 4 years, and when it comes to issues that confront members of Parliament, when it comes to issues about MPs and their relations with the District Assembly Common Fund, and to a larger extent, the local government ministry, we have seen Ahmed Ibrahim lead the charge in that regard. And I know that when he settles in that office, issues that bother members of Parliament would be one of the top priorities on his desk as a minister. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in how we are able to correct the, for want of word, anomaly with respect to the District Assembly's Common Fund Act 455, which establishes the office of the administrator and provides that the administrator reports directly to the minister responsible for local government. When you look at Act 936, Section 129 of the Local Government Act, it stipulates that the administrator shall report to Parliament and office of the President. This, in times past, has created some challenges where administrators of Common Fund have had issues with sector ministers. Even as a Parliament, we have struggled at inviting administrators of Common Fund to appear before us, even explain to us issues that are mandatory, issues that concerns members of Parliament. I think that it's about time that the sector minister taking charge take steps to address this anomaly. It's important that every administrator reports to the minister, sector minister involved, so that the minister would have direct responsibility in responding to issues that border on that fund to Parliament. We would want to be dealing more with the ministers who we appreciate that have a lot of insights. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that our municipal chief executives have had, especially with the last government, has been issues of capping. I mean, when you go to them for projects, they tell you that most of their funds have been capped. And it brought untoward challenges in the administration of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that the president assures us, and also the sector minister assures that when he takes office, the issue of capping our district assembly common fund, monies that go directly to the assemblies, will be taken off. They need monies to construct more drains. They need monies to construct more schools. They need monies to develop the various assemblies. And we are, if we are to go by this capping policy, I think we will continue to face challenges in the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, also, the drip machine is one laudable project that His Excellency President Nana, with the support of this Parliament, to bear. I think we need to find ways of putting up policies to ensure that the very reasons why we bought these machines, the very reasons why we procured these machines, comes. I mean, we use these machines for that very purpose. And I know that our senior colleague Ahmed Ibrahim will not fail this House and will always respond. I was a bit worried with having agribusiness attached to the Ministry of Trade, because I felt that it was purely an agric. But when I listened to Madam Ejare, I got convinced that if you look at most of the 1D, 1F projects, most of them are agro-based projections. I mean, most of them are agro-based factories. And to have agribusiness under a watch would go a long way to as it were, address some of the challenges that persons who are engaged in agribusiness face. I mean, we cannot continue to import over $100 million worth of onions into our country. What is required is to develop a proper value chain. And I know that with her at the Ministry of Trade, we are going to do that. For the Gender Ministry, issues of human trafficking is something that is dear to my heart. And I'm praying that the minister focuses on human trafficking issues in this country. In fact, we have a lot of young ladies in our country who are migrating based on false information, especially to the UAEs, and the challenges that they face in these countries is something that is unprintable. I am praying that the minister puts a lot of energy in that sector and addresses issues of human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to congratulate our colleagues. We are hoping and praying for the best. We are hoping and praying for the betterment of Ghana. I know they will succeed, and I know that when we will not meet a ministry that is... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Opoku. Honorable members, let's turn to a member for Doma West. Is it, am I right? Honorable Vincent Oponwa Samoa. Is it Doma West?
Yeah, right, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first commend His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for the appointments so far to the various ministries. And you can see from the caliber of people that have been appointed that the government means business. Let me first talk about the nominee for local government, Honorable Ahmed. We all know him. He has been here for about the 5th term in Parliament, and he has seen everything when it comes to parliamentary practice. You can respect him. So I have no doubt that having been appointed to a ministry like local government, he is going to deliver, help the president, reset the country, and then we move it forward. As a former DC, MC, we all know the importance and the important role Ministry of Local Government plays if government will function at the local level, we need proper supervision. And we need someone like Honorable Ahmed who will be able to match up to the task, keep the DCs in line so that they can deliver at the grassroots. I remember His Excellency, the former president, Nana Addo. He made promise to Ghanaians that Accra was going to be the cleanest city in Africa. And I also recall the last State of Nation address, when he was even recounting his achievements, he forgot to even mention that Accra has become the cleanest city in Africa. When we drive, while you are in Accra, you drive through various streets in Accra, I ask myself, if we have even authority, let me say the AMA or other municipal authorities in Accra, sanitation is at the lowest, and even lighting system on our streets. We all know that street light belongs to the local government. Yet, you drive through Accra and you ask yourself, roads are so weedy, very unkept, and I believe in this young man that having assumed this office, let's see the changes. And I know my brothers on the other side will see the changes. Within a very short period, we'll see the changes in Accra. We'll have street lights, we'll have clean city, and Ghanaians, it's not about we have spent so much. It's not about we have spent so much, but it will be about the real tangible. People will feel it.
Honorable Vincent, hold on. Let me catch the attention of Honorable Member for Asante Achim Central.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind my honorable brother of Order 93.5. He's not supposed to, in making comments, he's not supposed to provoke debate. All the statements he's making, I or other people may not agree with him, and this would provoke debate. So I caution him to be straightforward in commenting on the motion on the floor rather than inviting others to enter into debate. I will not comment on the exact things that he said, but don't provoke debate. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leader, let's take it lightly. I mean, for me, it's okay. Let's move smoothly. Leader.
Thank you very much.
Mr. First Deputy Speaker, you have moved your motion. Allow us to. Yes, Leader.
So, Speaker, I just wanted to draw the attention of my colleague that Order 93.5 does not come to his aid in this matter. So Order 93.5 is about statements and commentary on statements, just for the education of colleagues in the chamber.
Well. But that notwithstanding, honorable members, let's try not to degenerate the House into an arena that will make things a bit difficult. I mean, we are commenting, so let's do that gently so that we can do our best to approve our brothers and sisters who are going to help the president to govern the country. So, Honorable Vincent, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, with respect, the majority leader is right. However, Speaker, these are our own colleagues. The Honorable Ahmed is seated right before us. I see my friend, beautiful sister, and other colleagues. They've all performed, I witnessed the vetting, performed creditably well. But as my senior colleague tried, we're just trying to
help you navigate properly. We want to pass them, but please be guided. If you start throwing punches, we also start throwing punches. No, don't start punches. Speak to the issues. Let's edify them. We can raise the issues, but the tangent you want to take, please, don't tempt us.
Well, like I said, I mean, let's. So, Honorable Vincent Asamoah, just take you and let's have this session very smooth.
You know me.
Yes.
You know me.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A whole ministry was created by Nanado's administration for sanitation. And that puts emphasis on the importance your government put on sanitation. And I'm particularly very much concerned about the issue of sanitation. That is why I commend Honorable Ahmed some of the answers that he gave.
Honorable Samoa, hold on. Yes, chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I still maintain the point that the ninth Parliament has a lot of fresh members. When a report of a committee is being debated, your contribution must be based on the reports. So I will urge the House to take that into consideration in the debate. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well. So please, let's speak to the report. Vincent, let's speak to the report. I mean, let's cut away insinuation and innuendos. I mean, just speak to the report.
We all know that His Excellency, the President, we used to have Minister of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Right now, that ministry is also merged with the local government. I was particularly very much impressed when question was posted on that ministry, especially issues on chieftaincy and the manner that he handled it. I was very much impressed. And I know that under his leadership, issues on chieftaincy, issues in Ghana is going to go down drastically. We all know that areas where we have these tribal clashes also hamper development. So I have so much confidence in Honorable Ahmed that once he assumed duty as the Minister for Local Government, most of the issues that Ghanaians, issues of sanitation and issues on chieftaincy, we are going to nip it in the bud. So on these few words, and looking at the reaction from the minority, I'll conclude and then recommend that our new minister should be approved.
Thank you very much.
To start a reset agenda.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Honorable Kofi Mafo, a member for Attrition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend our able colleagues who have been nominated and vetted. I will start with Honorable Ahmed, who is my neighbor. For me, what I would say is that local government is a challenging ministry, especially we coming from the rural constituencies. We rely solely on government funds. So the expectation is that because there's a free payment, we expect that the payment should go as soon as possible. And I know he will do that because as a leader, he was working closely with the local government ministry. And so we know that he's going to do a good job. And I will also want to congratulate my own Honorable Elizabeth Ejari. As a trade minister, I will want to urge her that what we are experiencing at the port is not one-man business or one ministry business. It is for trade, transport, and finance. But trade, because she's the one going to deal with the business community. And they are the people suffering, especially when it comes to shipping lines. Their charges are so much. Now, 40-footer container, if you are taking a 40-footer container, it's over 15,000 for the shipping line. Handlers, who are the ones going to do, are taking about 4,000 Ghana cedis. So I'll urge her to take a critical look at what is happening at the port, whether it is export or import. It is within her purview, so she will be looking at it critically. Then talking about the 1D1F, she was complaining about capacity building, and she was talking about funding. So I'll urge her to take a critical look at the exemption process, because if about 400 million and over can be given to NPS for them as an exemption for their work doing at the port, I think other institutions or manufacturers who are also going to deal with our export promotion and employment scale, they also need to be considered. So with these few words, I'll urge our own colleague, our own sister, to take a critical look at it. And then my last one is about these business regulatory reforms, which is under her ministry. They are in charge of making sure that businesses strive. And the regulatory reforms are very important for our business community. They have come to Parliament, and I'll urge her to look at it and then make sure that our business community get the facilitation in terms of regulations, in terms of permit, and other issues that border on the business. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Honorable members, let's turn to Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng. Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all congratulate Honorable Ifa, Honorable Ahmed for his nomination. The leadership informed me that I have to comment on Honorable not yet, so I will ask Mr. Speaker. The information that I had was that I have to comment on a different appointment, and so I will ask if it's possible to be corrected. Yes, I do, but my information that I have, and that is what I'm dealing with.
The report we have to comment is not yet ready. Is that what we want to do?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. No, relax. You are not, relax. Mr. Speaker, I'm dealing with my whip, and she gave me an information, and that is what I'm working on. Sit down, relax. Relax.
Well.
Yes.
So let me call the next person.
Yes,
so
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So on that note, let's turn to Honorable Maswell Lukuto. Maswell, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a comment on our honorable nominees who will soon be ministers of state. I actually sat in the meeting where our colleagues were vetted. and per the depth of knowledge they have on the subject matter and the ministries they are going to. I have no doubt that they're going to perform. On our Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the local government ministry, I believe, is a heartbeat of all of us as players in the democratic space, and most especially for us members of parliament. Critical for us because these are the people we're going to be dealing with on daily basis, or out of the constituency performing national duty in the big House of Parliament. Seniors have commented on the challenges they have had with some district chief executives in the past when they want to access their common fund and other funds that go through them. You face it more this time, maybe. And so we wish that he would consider the plight of all members of parliament. Even though these funds are through us, they are supposed to help alleviate poverty in our different constituencies. And so he's answered questions eloquently on how he intends to run all district assemblies together with their D and MCEs to the benefit of the whole of the nation. It is my hope that he will be in line to be able to help us achieve our aim as MPs whilst away, so that whilst here you don't have people down there who are looking to cut your leg. And also when you are in the opposition, they will also be there and stifling your common fund, not allowing you to have access to them. For our dear Lady Namumo, she was so composed, answers the questions very eloquently, and I believe that she will do well in the ministry that has been so assigned to her. We believe that all these ministers of state would listen to the plight of their people and do just what we demand of them, so that the reset agenda that Ghana has signed for, I mean Ghana, not just NDC, because of the overwhelming endorsement that we have had as a government. It is a testament to the fact that Ghanaians want to see reset. And the reset agenda, I believe, is beginning from this house. And so it is our hope that together they will do a good job. Mrs. Elizabeth Ejare Ofosu, eloquent, a lawyer, done so well in the past as a deputy minister, now promoted to the position of a substantive minister. Sorry, she was a minister and also another minister now. It is our hope and prayer that she will do better than she did in the Mahama I government. And then the reset agenda and the 24-hour economy that we have so yearned for as Ghanaians will come to pass. With these few words, I wish to congratulate them once again and pray that God guides their step very well for the reset agenda. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maswell. Let him now turn to the former Finance Minister, Honorable Dr. Amin Anda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all congratulate our colleagues for their nomination by the President for the various roles they are being assigned to. Particularly for my friend here, Ahmed Ibrahim. If Ahmed Ibrahim is to bring the dexterity which he brought to his work as Deputy Minority Leader, Minority Whip, then, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that he is going to live up to expectation. He tormented us a lot, and I believe he will bring that kind of character, the skill, to ensure that DCEs do their work very well in their districts and jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, one issue I'd like to draw attention to is the difficulty in financing projects at the district level. Because the common fund allocation is no longer enough, and I doubt if it will be ever enough to finance district level development projects. And this is why the minister is being encouraged, and I'd like to encourage you to consider relaying the municipal finance bill, which tends to support district assemblies to look at alternative ways of financing their projects rather than relying all the time on the government for resources to finance development projects, particularly in the area of public-private partnerships. They can leverage private capital out there to finance projects that can pay for themselves. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to encourage him to relay the municipal finance bill. Property rate is another area of interest. There's huge potential in using property rate to finance development at the district level. But as a country, we really haven't found solution to maximizing the collection of property rate. The Ministry of Finance tried. We implemented a system that could energize the mechanisms of collecting property rate. Unfortunately, we face some challenges. I hope that you will look at the policy, you will look at the systems we're implementing, and you will work hard to address the challenges associated with property rate collection and ensure that we leverage that potential for complementing public finances of projects at the district level. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note, and this is an observation I would like to make, that in presenting the formula for common fund by the common fund administrator, it is important to consult widely, particularly with the Ministry of Finance. I cannot remember the Ministry of Finance making inputs to the formula that was presented last year to this House. And this does not help because it is important for the two ministers to sit down and prioritize the areas that the budget can accommodate and what common fund can also accommodate. So we avoid duplication of allocating resources for similar projects or same projects across the country. So, Minister, I know that you have so much experience in this area, and I have no doubt that this will really get your serious attention to ensure that the right institutions make appropriate inputs to the formula before it is presented to Parliament. Now, the practice of spending on behalf of assemblies is an old age practice. When I was mayor of Tamale, it was there, it's been there up till to date. This deprives the assemblies of critical resources to implement their budgets. The law that established the assemblies also requires them to have budgets approved by the assemblies. Now, what sense does it make if an assembly makes a budget approved by the assembly and yet the revenue expected doesn't come in for the assemblies to execute this budget? This is very problematic, Mr. Speaker. And this is why most assemblies are living from hand to mouth, unable to execute critical projects that they have promised their people in their localities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do not know what mechanism the minister will use when approved, but it is critical that we stop the practice of the common fund spending and contracting suppliers and paying suppliers on behalf of assemblies. That is not, for me, an efficient way of spending the common fund money. Also because it does not address the priorities of the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajari, one of the key measures that you need to pay attention to is the ease of doing business. We are at a critical stage where we have to be able to attract as much investment as possible to support us grow the economy. And the ease of doing business is monitored seriously by investors across the world. And you need to pay serious attention to that, particularly in addressing some of the challenges that the report brings out. The Tema Port, the harbor, is one area that has been highlighted in many of the reports on ease of doing business in Ghana. In trying to address this problem, I faced a lot of resistance. There are so many stops at the port, so many stops. And therefore, you need to be able to reduce the number of stops importers go through or even exporters go through in order to establish a one-stop solution that will make the ease of importing and exporting real. This is so important because the business community, as you engage them, will tell you more about that. But we face serious challenges. No institution wanted to give up. And I hope you'll be guided by this in helping to address that problem at the port so that we can attract more businesses into our country. My last point, Mr. Speaker, is on agribusiness, particularly in relation to horticulture. We can create a lot of businesses around horticulture. And I've been looking at the situation where the White Volta can be declared the horticultural belt of Ghana, so that the water flowing through the White Volta can be used to irrigate horticultural farming, vegetables, like onions, etc., which we can trade in Ghana, but also for export. What is critical about this also is that the White Volta is closer to the Tamale Airport, and the Tamale Airport is within 2 hours to about 5 countries around the country. And so, if we do this, Ghana will become a major exporter of horticulture. And that, I believe, will bring a lot of meaning to adding agribusiness to the Trade and Industry Ministry, because I see a lot of coordination, or complementarities, and I hope that you will take this very seriously. We'll put fire at your feet so that you can do this for the benefit of our country. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I believe you all understand why I gave him some time. We realized he was giving very good. So, come again. So now we will turn to Honorable Faustina Eliprim Akulugu. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the report by the Appointments Committee of the nominations of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Honorable Agnes Namumu Lati, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari, for the Ministries of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Trade, Industry, and Agribusiness, respectively. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, these appointments by His Excellency the President are more than enough testimony of his commitment to resetting Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a ranking member of the Local Government Committee of the House. At his vetting, he demonstrated a considerable understanding of local government issues in the country. We are confident that his appointment will support His Excellency the President's vision to deepen decentralization and also enhance revered institution of chieftaincy in our country. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed I am not reading. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim will instill discipline in the yet-to-be appointed chief executives of our various Metropolitan Municipal Assembly, and more importantly, get him aligned with the vision of the President and members of Parliament. I must also add that, personally, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a great help to me. I've had to rely on his advice and support a number of times to win the mighty Domi Kwabenya constituency.
Hey. Read on.
Finally, Mr. Speaker,
read on.
Appointments of Honorable Agnes Namumu and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari is a committed another bold statement that His Excellency, the President, respects women and he's committed ensuring that gender balance in his government in line with the Affirmative Action Bill. As a woman, I am particularly proud of the appointments, and I strongly believe they will make us proud. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's turn to Honorable Tampuli. Honorable Hassan Tampuli, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this report, consideration of the House for the approval of the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister for Local Governments, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, the Honorable Mrs. Namumu as Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as my sister, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare, Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to join colleagues to extend hearty congratulations to these colleagues who have caught the eye of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, to serve in his government. Mr. Speaker, right at the outset, I need to signify to these colleagues that by what I have observed in the previous administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Richard Poole is something that he likes a lot. So please, when you go, you have to work very, very fast and actualize your vision before maybe you are Richard Poole to another place. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just a little question to colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, a lot has been said about him. Very sharp gentleman. Mr. Speaker, looking through the reports, I noticed that the three of them are almost about the same age. They are almost about the same age, 50, 52, and I believe very strongly that with what I heard this morning about the average age of the nominees for ministerial positions, I believe that we have one of the youngest governments in the history, the oldest being about 61 or so. So your collective energies would have to show. Your collective energies will have to show. You have to give justification for why government should be made available to the younger generation. So you are doing this not for yourself, but also to give justification for opportunities that will be given to
to future generation. I wish you well in the work that you do. Mr. Speaker, on page 6 of the report, the nominee made reference to some misalignments between the reporting structure of the administrator of the Judicial Assembly Common Fund. And I think that it's important that this is rectified so that the malady doesn't continue to fester and then create enough confusion as it is doing right now. But as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, the legal maxim that the general laws shall take precedence over specific laws, specific laws shall take precedence over general laws, would convince me that generalibus non derogat specialibus. That is correct. That's the Latin maxim. Mr. Speaker, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Act 1993, Act 455, which establishes that the Common Fund Administrator should report to the Minister for Local Government, is the one that should be adhered to. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there will be some challenges as far as canons of interpretations are concerned, that you might say that the later legislation will take precedence over former legislations. So that argument can also be made, but I would insist that once it is a special legislation, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Administration should report to the Minister for Local Government for the proper alignment of the function of the local government administration. Mr. Speaker, on point 43 of the report, improving the local economy in collaboration with the MMDCs, there's no doubt about the goodness of the spending power of the Assembly, what it does to the local economy. I mean, the cascading effects is unimaginable. When everything is done from Accra, contracts are awarded in Accra, procurements are taken from Accra. Sometimes some of us have experienced it one way or the other. You'll be sitting in the chamber, and then somebody moves to site. It's even sometimes the case that even the MMDCs do not even know where these contractors are coming from. The next thing you find somebody, on the ground executing the contract. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge on my colleague, the Honorable Ahmed, to take a very critical look at that issue and then deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I noticed also that the ministry is quite a behemoth right now. Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs, Judicial Committee of the House of Chiefs, and so on and so forth. So they are going to be superintending a huge space that previously was occupied by, I think, 2 or 3 ministers. But there was a minister for Water Resources and Sanitation, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and then local governments. Now you are going to carry almost 2.5 ministries. And I don't know how you are going to do it, but based on what we have seen you do in this house, your diligence, your ability to think on your feet, and so on and so forth, I believe that you'll be able to discharge this duty with gusto. And I wish you well, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Agnes Momo Lati, Doctor, the Minister for Gender. Mr. Speaker, that ministry is one of the youngest. Now, if I remember correctly, the former Minister and Member of Parliament for Takrady, Gladys Asma, is the one that birthed that ministry in 2001. And I believe there's a great deal that can be done about that ministry. I'm not too sure. I may be corrected, Mr. Speaker. But if I remember correctly, Gladys Asma was, in recent years, the first Minister for Gender. So it's a work in progress. There's a great deal that can be done at that ministry. And I believe that you will give effect to the Women Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, after the election, a woman told me that she was waiting for the Women Development Bank to be established. That's why she didn't vote for me. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm also, waiting patiently for that ministry to settle so that I can send my woman organizer to go and see if she gets some loan from, from the facility. So, Honorable Member for Koro, I wish you well. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari, I served with her on the Appointments Committee. Very diligent. I don't know whether it is parliamentary, but she is a gentle assassin. Her questions are slow in coming, but they are piercing and biting. And then she will punch you where you least expect. And she will just, oh, Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say. But when the questions come, Mr. Speaker, you will shake small before you are able to answer the question. A senior at the bar as well. And is more than capable of discharging the obligation of that ministry. Mr. Speaker, there is a little bit about the cross-border trade that I read from the report on page 28. And it says, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, it says, according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, so she proposed a imposition of a reasonable and fair tax system. And according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, non-exorbitant and reasonable, people are more willing to pay. Mr. Speaker, if I refer to President Mahama's first 100-day social contracts, bullet number 6, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to just read in quotes, within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Mr. Speaker, currently, if you take the bill of lading at the port, you import the vehicle into the country, you have line items, taxes, levies, margins, and so on and so forth, about 22. And my colleague, Honorable Mafo, made reference to a particular line item, which is the container charges. Averagely, you are paying about 15,000 apart from paying for everything that has to be paid for at source. You pay 15,000 per container. Mr. Speaker, we do not less than 1.2 million containers in a year. Now, when you do the calculation, we're talking about billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you go to make these payments, the shipping lines insist that you must come with foreign currency. So in addition to paying this exorbitant fee, you are also supposed to go and exchange mostly dollars or euros to go and make these payments. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure about the legality of this. And so the Shippers Authority Act was passed recently. Mr. Speaker, I'm just winding now. The Shippers Authority Act was passed recently, in which we have insisted that shipping lines can no longer impose such charges on shippers, except what the Ghana Shippers Authority has approved. And I believe that this will be a very, good platform for you to speak to traders and importers and even exporters about the benefits of this new act, so that all these, exorbitant container charges for doing nothing, Mr. Speaker, for doing nothing. So they just sit down and at the click of a button of a computer, you charge somebody 15,000 cedis. You pay for container cleaning when you bring a blue.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on this note,
thank you.
I'd like to congratulate my colleagues and then add my voice to the House to confirm these colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Please, let's turn to Honorable Simon Pabe Chereme. Yes, Honorable Chereme. Is it Brekum?
Yeah, Brekum is the good.
Yes.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for the opportunity and the latitude to add my voice and to contribute to, and to say very big congratulations to the nominees on their call to serve in this high office. Let me start with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, 5-term Member of Parliament for the good people of Banda. He has really distinguished himself so well when you see and assess his intellectual prowess, his tenacity of purpose, when you look at Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, sincerely, and if we will be very forthright, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is a luminary. His tenacity of purpose, just like I said, and his testicular fortitude in the way and manner he discharges his duty, Mr. Speaker, is admirable. And I have no doubt, I come with very firm conviction that my senior colleague will distinguish himself creditably in the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Rural Development. I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936. I'll remind him later, he doesn't know. The son of a lion doesn't get mixed in the jungle.
Honorable, just focus. Later on, we come to that.
Right.
Let's focus on.
Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936, the structure in particular, the lower level. The Local Government Act, when you look at the structure, most often than not, you realize that the base, which is the unit committee, was the local government, the unit committee, the town and urban councils, the assembly members, just exist in nomenclature, but they are less resourced. When you go to my constituency, looking at Knase, Kato, Biada Urban Council, you get there and the place is less resourced. And I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself so much by resourcing them. Most often than not, you realize that, Mr. Speaker, they are not even consulted. And it is only at the evaluation stage. But I strongly believe that democracy must be participatory. And once it's for the people must be involved at the grassroots. And I strongly believe that during the problem assessment, through to design of the program and project, through implementation to evaluation stage, the unit committee, the assembly members, and the urban and the town councils will be involved. And I think with that, we can have the full realization. With him, as a royal member, I strongly believe chieftaincy is not an issue. And as an elder of Church of Pentecost, I have no doubt in my mind. As long as religious issues are concerned, we will do justice to that. Then again, on my good sister, Honorable Elizabeth Ufusua Jare.
Honorable, you spend almost all the time on Honorable Ahmed.
I have a lot of confidence in her. And that again, I have a lot of confidence in her. She has distinguished herself so well, so creditably, when she was the Minister for Tourism. And Ghana became a destination or a tourism hub. So I have no doubt in my mind that she will distinguish herself. Likewise, Honorable Namumu, I wish them all well, and I want to congratulate them for the appointment. I wish them well. Thank you so much.
Let me, the last batch, let me call Honorable leadership will do the. Okay, let me take the last batch. You gave me the list, so let me take the last batch. Let me give Honorable former Minister for Western Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a privilege. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have been very well if I had not been given the opportunity to speak in congratulating my brother, Honorable Ahmed,
We've been very good friends. We've traveled together, we've gone to school together. And he's shown courage in this house. I therefore don't have any doubt in my mind that he can get this job done. Mr. Speaker, I know that local government is a very huge portfolio, but local government is local, and that is where people benefit or they become dejected and create problems. Mr. Speaker, if you take some of the answers that my brother had given, one of the biggest one I believe I want to comment had to do with the issue of releases of funds to the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to understand that the monies are released by the Ministry of Finance. Therefore, the administrator, they only disburse. So not until finance releases this money, the disbursement will not happen. And I believe that that is where, as Parliament, we should put the emphasis and the pressure. So far, it seems that we'll be leaving that out, and then our assemblies have been suffering for a very long time. I understand that a lot of some of the expenses or the disbursements are done at the center. But usually, a lot of the project too, the assemblies themselves also agree for them to do it. So they cannot also be given excuses for agreements they've done, and the local, the district assembly common fund is disbursing. So I believe that we need to look at this dichotomy and find a way to resolve some of these issues. On the issue of local economy, I believe that is one area I would suggest that we put a lot of emphasis, because if you take the elections that we've gone through and all the difficulties with the economy, if you are able to get things done right in developing the local economies across the length and breadth of the country, I believe that the pressure from the youth for jobs, the pressure for infrastructure development would also go down. On the issue of Madam Ajayi, Minister for Trade, I'm happy that she's gotten that nod, because I saw her work when she was Minister for Tourism, because I followed her a lot. I'm also happy that she's been given this position. But what I want to note is that in most big economies, the minister responsible for the economy is usually the Minister for Trade and Industry, not the Minister for Finance. Because if you take the NDC's own manifesto and the agenda for this election, it's about 24-hour economy, and it's on you. So if we don't give you the opportunity to determine the pace of the economy, not the disbursement at finance, I believe that we might have a lot of difficulties. And I believe that cabinet members and government members should be able to support her to take hold of the economy. And when she's able to take hold of the economy, move it quicker, it can then be spread by the local government, and then the people can feel the benefits of the governance that we deliver in the country. Jalo talked about the weak entrepreneurial economy, and I believe that we need to start from secondary schools. Because if Ghanaian children, Ghanaian students, university students are not told right from level 100 that they can do something for yourself after school, but wait to be employed. Mr. Speaker, young people have new ideas, and they are the future of our country. If we don't inculcate in them the ability to be entrepreneurial, we should be creating the jobs for them to be employed. So I believe that that education should also be taken by the Minister for Trade to create that enabling environment and also raise more revenues to support the economy. With these few words, I know they'll be able to deliver. Let's support them to be made ministers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, Honorable Suleimana Adama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report on the appointment of 3 ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim started from time. When he first came to the House, he represented the good people of time. I was his constituent secretary. So today I'm very happy to see him rise through the ranks to become the Minister for Local Government. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the report, he has served on so many committees, but perhaps the local government committee is the one that his impact was greatly felt. He has gone through the whole country. He is aware of the challenges of this country. So I'm very confident that his practical knowledge about the challenges of the local governance structures will inure to the benefits of the office that he's coming to hold. But Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most profound statement I found during the vetting was the one that he said, Mr. Chairman, I will not allow any MMDCE to disrespect members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the friction between MPs and chief executives is a well-known documented fact, but I'm sure with his knowledge and with his experience, we will scale over this friction. Mr. Speaker, also important to mention was the DRIP, the District Road Improvement Project. He gave firm assurances that management of the DRIP project will improve so that the impact will be felt. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Roads Minister in the 8th Parliament, you realize the Roads Minister was the most summoned minister on this House. It tells you that the road sector is the most critical when it comes to the developmental issues that we have. So I'm sure with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as the local government minister, with proper structure and ownership of the machines, the DRIP project will get to the intended purpose that we envisaged. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare is a former Minister of State in charge of tourism. She's a lawyer. She is a gender activist. But for me, her appointment demonstrates the commitment of President Mahama to gender equity. Perhaps I agree with the honorable member for the former Western Regional Minister that the most important ministry for the next 4 years of President Mahama is the Ministry for Trade and Industry. It is where the central theme of our campaign, the 24-hour economy is. No wonder President Mahama chose Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare, a woman of metal, and I'm sure she's going to deliver, just like she did when she was a minister for tourism. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama didn't add there. The EAI that established the new ministries added agribusiness to that ministry. It tells you job creation is central, and Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare will be in charge of one of the central themes of this administration. Agnes Namumo Latte, she is my former colleague at the backbench there. She's a very serious woman. She never misses any whip system. Anytime she was needed in the chamber, Namumo is there. She's a gender activist. She has gone through the mill in gender activism. But I was happy with her statement when she said the school feeding program was going to be decentralized, and that the minister's role will be supervision. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that with her knowledge in gender activism and her care for the girl child and the children in general,
thank you.
I'm sure she's going to deliver.
Thank you so much.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me now come to leadership. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I say anything, let me acknowledge the Honorable Simon Ampa being chairman, the Member of Parliament for Rekum East. He demonstrated strength and ability in his short advocacy. And I think that such an early positive start must be commended. No doubt, he's coming from a stock familiar with the front bench business of the House. I mean to say, the former majority leader of this House, an MP for Brekum, Honorable J. Owusu Achampong, of blessed memory, I'm told, is related to him. So I'm sure he's done some great works. Proud to come in here. I inquired whether he was a lawyer. I'm told he's here to be called to the bar. So I wish him well in this chamber, and I know he will do great things. The Speaker, having said that, let me remind government that our side is ready to help them to put government together. But they should not shut their eyes to and on the law. We have passed a law in this House. That law makes it mandatory to have a ministry for national security. I refer to Act 1030. We've had so many appointments, but we are yet to hear of minister designate for national security. Only yesterday or so, we got this notice from Mr. President about the interior minister designate. Because of certain exigencies, we are ready to vet him tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we will do our part, but they must also do their part so that we don't create certain impressions. Mr. Speaker, that said, the number of ministers. We are seeing Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. The political class of this country must be bold and own the political narrative. I will not criticize because I am in opposition. When we make mistakes, let's admit them and apologize. 60 ministers will not help your political cause. But when civil society comes out with the narrative, as if everything is done by the political class, instead of us boldly explaining to them the intricacies of politics, then we also fall for the trap and we make political commitment. I don't doubt the competence of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, but that huge ministry, local government, and chieftaincy, all these conflicts, the behind the scenes, negotiations for peace, and local governance. Mr. Speaker, I am not the president, but if I were to advise Mr. President, I would say, Mr. President, you can apologize to Ghanaians and say, look, you underestimated the thing. I think I need to engage more ministers. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this. And the civil servant, what people have forgotten is that as you put two ministries together, the staffers are the same. All the civil servants who are there, they remain same. And then you say only one minister to supervise and monitor. Things will soon get out of hand and you take the collateral damage. And then they say there's corruption. So it is your government. We leave that to you. I will not belabor the point. To conclude, I want to say something about the minister designate for trade and industry and agribusiness. I am a lawyer by profession and a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. And practically, I know the benefit of the 1D, 1F. All I want from you, my respected senior colleague at the bar, do all you can to give meaning to this initiative. You may call it another name. I understand politics. But if you don't give relief to the private sector, you aren't going anywhere. All these young men and women chasing us here and there, government support alone will not be enough. You and I know that many of the support we give them, they abuse them. If we energize the private sector to be successful, they would employ these individuals and they would be measured by their output. If we don't do it and we think that, oh, government will do it, government will do it. Look, you know the debt situation. We've been attacking each other. Huge debt, as if it just came out of nothing. It is as a result of the social intervention programs we introduce that when our people benefit, those of economic value do not get returned to the state. So we keep digging a hole. My respected colleague, be bold at cabinet. I know the strength of this majority leader. I know how objective he can be. Let this 9th parliament be a game changer. That it is this 9th parliament that through advocacy compelled the government to put in place the support system for the benefit of Ghanaians. For me, it doesn't really matter if Ghanaians want a new government in 2028, it will happen. You can't do anything about it. But at least for your record, let history testify that when you had the opportunity, these were the transformation that you introduced in the governance of the country. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall rest my case and support the motion that this House approve. This House approves the report of the appointment committee as ably moved by this House, by the chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, majority leadership.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion presently before us for the adoption of the report ably laid by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me make the point forcefully that the Honorable Minority Leader again got the point wrong on this vexed issue of I disagree with him that the insistence that the Act 1030, the Act 1030-2020 Security and Intelligence Agencies Act actually provides for the establishment of the Ministry of National Security. Because specifically Section 24 only provides for the functions of the minister. And Mr. Speaker, the minister is defined in Section 49 of the law as the minister responsible for national security. So indeed, the president, as he is now, can actually mandate the minister responsible for the interior to be also responsible for national security. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he sponsored the bill that led to the birth of Act 1030. He himself, in 2021, when his mandate was renewed for the second term, he didn't establish the Ministry of National Security pursuant to Act 1030. He did so with an EI 12. So, my leader, this matter came up during the vetting of the Attorney General, and we set the law. We set the law. He suggested that in reading the law purposively, but by no stretch of imagination will you interpret the provision in Section 24 to constitute the provision for the establishment of the Ministry of National Security. That prerogative it left for the president to exercise. So, with these words, Mr. Speaker, I join the call that the report be adopted so Ahmed can quickly proceed to deal with matters of state. I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, not to debate, but before you put the question, I want to remind the majority front bench to look behind. There are empty seats. The chief whip should observe all the empty seats and advise us whether in the circumstance we can put a question. They should get the chamber populated. They say they are super majority. They should let their people come. Mr. Speaker, I'm advising them with all these empty seats, we want them to be in so that we meet the necessary requirement of law so that we can put the question. We are ready to help you. We are ready. We need to take a decision. Chief Whip, this is baptism, first day baptism. Let us see your first day work. This is not for majority leader. Leader, this one is not for you. Chief Whip, marshal your members in. Let them come in and fill the spaces. Your back is empty. Mr. Speaker, that must be done before we put the question. No, this side is, look, the whole place is empty. The whole place is empty. We told you so.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am minded to make the point that we have the numbers. We have more than 1 So you may put the question, Mr. Speaker. There's
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, he has not caught my eye.
No, so tell me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No,
Thank you,
honourable
Mr.
members. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, over the years, particularly in the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the question of attendance to this House had become a major issue. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, civil society organizations, the media and the rest have had the occasion to discuss at great length the attendance of members of Parliament to the business of the House. Mr. Speaker, we are here this afternoon conducting extremely serious business. Mr. Speaker, we are here as an arm of government to exercise our constitutional mandate in supporting the President to constitute his government. And Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are here to approve 3 very important ministers: the Minister for Local Government, the Minister for Trade and Industry, the Minister for Gender, And Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is refreshing that all three of them are here. But the majority benches and seats are empty. Mr. Speaker, empty. Empty. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Ghanaians queued and voted for 275 members of parliament. 183 of them are members of the majority side. They are not here. Mr. Speaker, they are not here. Mr. Speaker, look at the minority side. They are always happy. They are always happy to erroneously, Mr. Speaker, they are always happy to erroneously refer to us. They are always happy to erroneously refer to us as micro minority. But Mr. Speaker, this minority will be in this house every day and conduct our business and perform our responsibility. Mr. Speaker, that is why I refer you to Order 64. Order 64, Rule 4 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, and before I even quote the said order, Mr. Speaker, this minority, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to this the minority of this 9th parliament, the effective minority. And Mr. Speaker, the good book, the Holy Bible, teaches us that a few people under God can conquer a multitude of people. And that is why we are well represented here. Mr. Speaker, I've referred to the order, but indeed, as the venerable distinguished minority that rightly pointed out, some of the people who have been approved today are indeed have been members of this house over a period of time, and we know them quite well in the 8th Parliament. I refer particularly to the Minister of Trade designate, the Minister of Local Government, the two of them in particular. Mr. Speaker, we have worked with them in this house, and for their sake, Mr. Speaker, for their sake, we will temper justice with mercy. We will temper justice with mercy. But, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I will waive the application. I will not make the application. And I will not make the application under Order 64, Rule 4. I will not. But let them bring their people to this house before we take the question, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader should ensure, the majority chief whip, he's one of the people who used to raise these issues. He used to raise this issue in the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, he should fill his seats. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying a huge majority, but ineffective majority. A small minority, but effective minority. Let them come for us to conduct business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have enjoyed ourselves. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes.
But the good thing is that he has restrained himself from coming under Order 64.
Yes. That one is.
So, Mr. Speaker, you may put the question.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work.
Especially the majority whip.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work. As the respected member who spoke said, we will temper justice with mercy. We will not visit the sins. We will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. we will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. We will therefore yield to his prayer for government business to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor that motion listed 10 in today's order paper. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it is obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this honorable House has approved His Excellency's, the President's nomination of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. Honorable Dr. Agnes Na Momolate as Minister Designate for Gender, Children, and Social Protection. And Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare as Minister Designate of Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend our congratulations to our colleagues. They are part of us, and they are now going to serve as ministers of state. We wish them well. Yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to thank the committee and the House on behalf of the nominees for having the confidence to endorse them by consensus, by way of approving them to their various sectors. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am so grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Appointments Committee. Yes, leadership. Yes, leader of government business.
Right, Honorable Speaker, motion numbered 10.
Yes. Leadership, is that the pleasure of the House?
Speaker, that is so.
Very well. Chairman of the Appointment Committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to move the motion numbered 10 on today's order paper, particularly at page 3, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1041, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 4th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as ministers may be moved today. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so moved.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member for Wejabawe and second Deputy Minority Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion listed 10 has been moved by the chairman, has been seconded by the second Deputy Minority Whip. This is just a procedural motion, and therefore I'll go ahead to put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 10, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Chairman, let's take the substantive motion 11.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopt the fourth report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as Minister, and in doing so, I present the committee's report of the appointment, present the Appointment Committee's report on the nomination of Honorable Abla-Jifar Gomashi as Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Honorable Emilia Atta as Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opare Ado as Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety and to state that various questions were posed to the nominees respectively. They provided the answers and all are contained in the report. And Mr. Speaker, I pray that the committee's report be adopted, leading to the approval of the nominees. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the chairman of the appointment committee has moved the motion. Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for Bosman Freon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also support the report, to second the report on the approval, support the motion on the approval.
Second the motion.
Yes. Yes. I am second the motion.
Yes.
Second the motion.
Go on.
In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make some few points. Madam Honorable Abla-Jifar Gomashi has been an industry player. Hence, we are all aware of her prowess and competence in this industry. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we draw her attention and refresh her mind to some very key important things that were achieved or done by the SY government, which needs to be looked at, repeated, and if possible, enhanced. The Speaker, one of them is a year of return, which obviously saw about millions of foreigners coming into the country, raising about 1.9 million to support the economy of this country. The Speaker, after the year of return, we introduced the Beyond the Return, which was also very important and helped largely the tourism industry of this country. The Speaker, would urge her that now that she is coming into the ministry, some of these things should be encouraged, improved, and if better, resourced, so that Ghana will be seen as one of the areas, destination, like we have December to remember in Ghana. Ghana will be seen as one of the destinations and areas we look at. The Speaker, the report also at paragraph 4.1 mentioned clearly when responding to questions at the vetting, stating and speaking on the deterioration of states of some tourist sites in Ghana. The Speaker, it is very critical when you look at that report. You mentioned clearly that she's also going to develop major tourist sites in this area, and then also support the MMDCs to rehabilitate, raise, and make sure that tourist sites in the areas of these countries and local assemblies are developed. The Speaker, I want to also draw her attention to some major sites, tourist sites that Ghana need to pay attention to. The Speaker, one of them, to mention a few, is Abriwa Waterfalls. The Speaker, Bakote Waterfalls, the Awam Waterfalls, the Bobiem Waterfalls, the Dane Waterfalls, the Amomoso Waterfalls, the Tebri Waterfalls, the Subrisu Waterfalls. Mr. Speaker, the Tebesu Waterfalls, not to mention, just to mention a few, are all waterfalls in the Bosome-Frehon constituency. Mr. Speaker, I urge the minister, now that she's going into that the ministry, to support the local assembly to develop these tourist sites, which I believe strongly would improve the tourist ecosystem in this country and also create jobs for people in this constituency, Bosome-Frehon to be specific. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Emilia Atta, Mr. Speaker, I also congratulate her and also say that she has worked well for the NDC and John Dramani Mahama to nominate her. Mr. Speaker, but there is one thing she needs to look at. Mr. Speaker, that is the 14 landing sites that were started and yet to be completed by this government. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we ask her, we urge her, that going into the ministry, those 14 landing sites must not be abandoned. Mr. Speaker, one of the major issues that bedeviled the Esward administration, close about 2 weeks to elections, was Galamsey, illegal mining and water body mining. The Speaker, as a minister designate to go for fisheries, it is important that when some of these water bodies are destroyed, it affects fisheries. So she should clearly, carefully look at this area and ensure that, the Speaker, the water bodies are safe and the water bodies are conducive for the fishes to live there. Mr. Speaker, there has been controversy on when the fishing time to be closed, or the closing season and the opening season. Mr. Speaker, it's important that stakeholders are engaged to make sure that our fisher folks enjoy the number of times they are supposed to fish, so that we can also have the benefit of having our... Mr. Speaker, the last one, which is the Minister Designate for Youth Development. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised so much to the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, I am urging our respected colleague, George Opare Addo, Mr. Speaker, that he promised the NDC youth, he promised the Ghanaian youth, that we are going to eat 3 times or 3 meals a day. Now that he is going into the ministry, Mr. Speaker, that must be ensured. Mr. Speaker, he promised that there is going to be a formula, 1-3-3 formula, where 1 job, 3 people, and 3 positions. Mr. Speaker, he promised, and we are looking forward to seeing that. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised, and they made a huge capital on the LGBT, which largely, greatly affects the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, we are urging him, as now the Minister Designate for Youth Development, he should look at those areas and improve them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would also support and commend and congratulate them.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Member for Bosome-Frehon. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now the property of the House for consideration. So my understanding is that we are taking 2 from each side. Is that not the pressure of the House? Yes.
Speaker, that is so.
Very well. So we are taking 2 from each side, and we will begin from Honorable Mumuni Muhammad Nuruddin.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I will first of all want to use this opportunity to congratulate my big brother, Honorable Hassan Ayarga, Honorable Muhammad Ayarga, for his elevation to the majority leader and leader of government business. He's my senior brother, and I'm very happy seeing him at this position. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you and tell my senior brother that he should use his opportunity as the leader of the House for us to put...
You have 5 minutes, and you have to speak to the report.
I will wrap up with the 5 minutes. Let me make this important point. It's very important. I want my senior brother to use his position as the leader of the House and leader of government business so that we'll put our heads together and find lasting peace in Boku. That is very, very important. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the nominees for the wonderful work that they have done. I will start with the nominee for youth, the youth minister. Yesterday, I had an opportunity of sitting at the vetting, and I asked a very important question, but unfortunately, the speaker ruled the question. I want to tell the minister, if approved by the House, he should do all what he can to call the rampant youth of this country who has gone ransack government offices in the name of change of government. I think before you can talk of giving employment to people, the first thing that you have to do is to bring peace within the youth. So I want to tell the minister to take that thing very, very serious for us to see both political parties. Whenever there's change of government, you see people running to institutions, taking over. That is unlawful. Another party also takes over. People are running there to take over institutions. That is not lawful, and we live in a democratic state. It shouldn't be happening in this democratic dispensation. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the youth of this country, it's not all the youth who are educated. Some of the youth need skill training. And in the last administration, the Youth Employment Agency was doing a wonderful job. And my brother was a board member of the Youth Employment Agency. They did fantastic job at the Youth Employment Agency, targeting those who are not educated, giving them skills. So I will urge the youth minister to put more effort on the skill training, that the hairdressing, the carpentry, the tiling, the plumbing, so that most of these youth who always go on ramping, they will get something to do at that aspect. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, I will want the minister to put attention to youth in agriculture. If you look at how the country is going, most of the youth are into agriculture, so we can see how best the ministry can find support for the youth who are into agriculture, for them to get themselves busy. Right, again, right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at youth in mental health, there are a lot of the young people in this country who are mentally challenged. And you see that nothing is being done about that. If we don't take our time, it will get to a time that most of the youth will get into this problem. And it has to do with drug addiction. We have to find ways at that ministry to get a department that will go around to educate the youth about the effect of drug abuse and all those things. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you go to the Minister for Tourism, I want to congratulate the minister for the wonderful job done during the vetting. But if you look at the tourism, mostly, if we are talking of tourism, they always concentrate on the southern sector. If you look at the northern sector, there are a lot of tourism potential at the northern sector. An example is Northeast region, my constituency, Nalero Gamba constituency. We have the Gambaga escarpment. It has not been given attention in recent times. I want the minister to give attention to the Gambaga escarpment in the Nalero Gamba constituency. It will help generate revenue for the district assembly in Nalero Gambaga constituency. I want to move to the Ministry for Fishery. She did very well, but one thing about this ministry has to do with, when we talk of fishery, they only concentrate on the coastal areas, but there are a lot of fishery potential in the north. There are a lot of river bodies that our people also use in doing fishery. So I want her to use her ministry to look at that aspect, to see how best they will give support to fishermen in the northern part of this country, so that they will also benefit.
Thank
On
you.
this note, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. So now let's turn to Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to contribute to the fourth report of the appointment committees on the nominations of the appointees from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I am overwhelmed with the contribution and decision from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his appointees and the nomination of Honorable Jifa Gomoshi, Honorable Emilia Arthur, Mr. George Opari Ado. Honorable Jifa Gomoshi was the former Deputy Minister for Tourism, and I have no doubt about his contribution yet to be experienced at the main ministry. Tourism has been one of the key economic drives for the country, and it's something we have to pay key attention to as members of Parliament. And I was very happy when the question and suggestion was imposed to her about MPs being able to witness these sites, because MPs represent the country one way or the other in other appointment conferences across the country. And they can equally be a rep, an advocate for tourism. It doesn't mean that it should only be the ministry that we have to look at. And so I was very happy that she answered that she was very happy and she would take that into consideration. When you turn to the page 10 of the report, the development of the tourist sites, I think my honorable minority member spoke about it, and I was very happy about it. But there is one thing he conflicts with the LGBTQ. I believe that it is not mandatory for the Minister for Youth Development, but it's key. It is key under the tourism because it's culture-related custom. And that is one thing we need to pay key attention to because of the young ones coming up. I would move to Honorable Emilia Arthur's nominees. And I am very happy that if you listen to her vetting, you could see and clearly note that she has much more contribution. Even me, I have been once a student of hers. She had transformed a lot of humans, and I'm not surprised that when it comes to this ministry, she would excel. And even the question that was imposed to her concerning, when you go to the page 18 of the report, paragraph 5.3, on the child education and inland communities. As women, we are much concerned about our young kids and young ones. You see a community with much fishery, you might be concerned about what these kids are doing at that particular time. And I was very happy about the answer, not directly on the burden of the mothers, but it is also a national level issue that need to look at because maybe the education facilities are not enormous for them. And it's very key that you could clearly see that if a classroom that should contain 25 is taking about 100 people and teachers who is supposed to take care of 5 people are taking 100, you can imagine the stress and the burden. And I believe that together with the Ministry of Education, she would equally do very well, and I believe in her as well. As a youth and a woman, I was very happy that the National Democratic Congress youth organizer was being appointed as the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. And so when in the conclusion of the vetting, the Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Ricketts, said and asked the nominee about the ground plan development for women plan development. And I was very happy about the answer he gave, because women should be when you look at the high level of unemployment, you could clearly see women are in the majority, and it gave us room to be very vulnerable, as we always speak. And so I was very happy he equally said that he will work in hand with the Ministry of Women and Gender to make sure they advocate for much consent, and very key in the ICT for women as well. And so all I could say is I wish all these nominees all the very best, and I believe that with God all things are possible, and the resetting agenda, inshallah, will come to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let's turn to Honorable Daniel Addo Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice in congratulating the 3 nominees for the various ministries. Honorable Jifa Gomashi for Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emiliatha, the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. And Giorgio Payado, Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment, who is also a member of my constituency. And so I congratulate them, and particularly also congratulate him. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jifa Gomasi, as we all know, has been an industry player, and we believe her competency in managing the tourism industry. One area, just like my respected colleague indicated, is the expansion of the domestic tourism. We should not be focused only in the southern sector and, most importantly, urban centers. She has toured around. I meet her often at festivals and funerals, and I think that one area we suggest for her to consider is the commercialization of our festivals, the major ones, and some major funerals as well. These are areas that are untapped in the tourism and creative arts industry that I think that we ought to look at. I also want to draw attention to the Kole Lagoon. We should not, this time, her ministry should not think that it is only the environment and sanitation aspect. We all travel outside and even far away to the Volta Lake to have some cruises. And looking at the position of the Kole Lagoon, it being in the capital, if her ministry takes it up in connection with the other relevant ministries to properly clean it, it would, one, provide a lot of jobs for these young men along the lagoon who would be protecting it and making sure that the pollution of it is prevented. We will share a lot of ideas with her as to how this can be done. I would also want to move on to my brother, Giorgio Parado, to take particular look at the NYA, which can be the area that, to borrow their own agenda, can be used to resetting some of the mindsets of the youth in terms of productivity, in terms of technical skills, and other areas. We also want to draw his attention to the YA, particularly those under the sanitation models. That is an area that should be looked at very well so that we can tackle some of our challenges we have in our major urban centers and city centers critically. Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to suggest to our honorable nominee for fisheries that in page 19, looking at the report, she indicated that the consideration for her to continue the solar project for the outboard motors, she thought that she had a different view of it. Right, Honorable Speaker, just yesterday, our honorable member for Manson Kwanzaa made a statement, and we're all urging that we should go green. And if our commitment to going green energy is anything to go by, then I think this initiative will be something that she should reconsider her position on, so that this initiative can help reduce
the cost of premix and the issues that are associated with premix fuel. It will also go a long way to support her initiative of using the subsidies or the profit made from the premix in supporting community initiative projects, which is listed on page 20. And so, Right Honourable Speaker, I respectfully suggest to the Minister-designate that she should reconsider her position on the fuel for premix and then go and continue the solar project. On that note, I want to wish them well and we'll all support for their success. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. You take the last one from Honourable Kwame Asalobing, Gumua Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to first of all congratulate the nominees and also commend the President for the kind of appointments that he has made. In fact, looking at the caliber of people who have been appointed into various positions, it makes us confident that they are going to perform. And as a stakeholder in the creative arts industry, I will spend more time commenting on Honorable Zifa Abna Gomeshi. But before that, I will also commend Mr. George Opariado. In the 2024 elections, the youth voted massively for the National Democratic Congress. And the future of the National Democratic Congress, whether they will be in power in 2028 or not, depends on his performance. And so I'm very confident that he is going to perform, and the party has given him a big role to play in that next election. Also, Honorable Emiliata is going to play the role of Jesus Christ. She's going to take care of the fish. And I'm very sure that she is very much aware of how Jesus Christ dealt with fish, and the people of Ghana would be waiting to get more of that. I want to remind her that there is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. The biggest nursery in Ghana is in my constituency, R&B Farms. It's in Gumwa Nswayem. Unfortunately, I didn't hear any comment on R&B Farms. It looks like most of the people who were at the committee don't know about R&B Farms. R&B Farms is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. It has the biggest hatchery in Ghana and West Africa. And I will urge her to look at that as well. On Honorable Abna Gomeshi, she, apart from the fact that she has been a deputy minister who gained so much knowledge in His Excellency John Mahama's first term, she herself is an actress. She's a screenwriter. She has been part of almost everything that has brought the creative arts where it is today. And such an appointment goes without saying, her appointment goes without saying that she's going to be one of the best ministers. She has the requisite experience to deliver. And I'm very confident that she's going to do so, especially as a creative art consultant. I believe strongly that she's going to unearth talent, especially in rural areas. Most people travel from Ghana to places like Israel to visit where Jesus Christ and an angel had a fight. They travel to visit where Jacob fought with an angel, where Jesus Christ had a conversation with Satan about sharing the earth, and all of those. I don't have any evidence to disprove those. The evidence that I have is where Kwame Nkrumah lived when he came back to Ghana, which I believe that if we improve on these, it is going to bring a lot of tourists and revenue to our country. I know where Konfanoche was born. I believe that the honorable member would consider looking into those, so that one day we will have people coming to Ghana to also take Tetakwashi's farm to their countries, instead of us going to bring the Garden of Eden into our country. If we are able to improve upon our existing tourist sites, we will have people coming here to take a piece of Kwame Nkrumah's chop box at Circle to their country, instead of us going to bring a stone to build the biggest swimming pool
in the history of the world. And so I want to, I also want to remind her that showbiz, as somebody who has been part of the Trade and Industry Committee of Parliament, that she knows the meaning of show business, which is the show itself and the business that it comes with. And I believe that she will be able to marry the two. And she's herself a development queen, which means that she knows how to put culture, politics, and tradition together. I believe strongly that we are going to see a new tourism and creative arts ministry, and I want to congratulate her and wish that all my colleagues also support her to be the next minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of leadership. It is now the turn of leadership. If minority leadership will yield to you, fine. Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, Mr. Speaker, thank you once again. First, we'll congratulate all the nominees for such appointments. Mr. Speaker, I'll take from Fisheries, Honorable Emiliata. I've known Emilia since 2008, when she first contested for the Shama seat. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues I believe that she needs to reconsider her decision. The first one being the solar outboard motors. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that premix has been a problem because of the subsidy. And Mr. Speaker, it will continue to be a problem. Mr. Speaker, because Ghana cannot continue to subsidize when we have an alternative in solar. So I believe that government should be more interested in investing in the solar outboard motors for our fishermen, so that one, they can keep their costs down, and two, the problem of inadequate supply, corruption in the supply of the premix will be a thing of the past. The 53% profits that are invested in community projects are just minimalistic, so small, they can never have the huge impact we expect in our communities. So I believe that as a minister taking up this position, the solar outboard motor is something that you should hold on to and make sure it's implemented in a big way. I know for a fact that the last time I was in Shaman and I'd announced the solar outboard motor, the fishermen had welcomed it. And she was there to also add a voice to the matter. So I find it very unfortunate that she's feet dragging on this matter, because government and Ghana's money cannot continue to be used in subsidizing it when we have an alternative. If we didn't have an alternative, so be it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, she had made mention of curbing mining in the water bodies, and I support that position. Mr. Speaker, if we take all our rivers, we have the communities along those rivers. And as I can speak on authority, that all the people we have arrested as galamseyers on them, they had always come from those communities. And we all know the people that work on those communities. So please, I believe that this is one major area she's been spot on in making sure that she works on them. Finally, I would like to also move on to the Minister for Tourism. Everybody knows her worth. Everybody knows her involvement in the ministry. And we are no doubt that she can't perform. We know she will be able to perform. But Mr. Speaker, on the issues of roads leading to tourism sites, I believe that the minister should avert her mind to the district road improvement program. I believe that if he's able to connect well with the local government minister, you should be able to fix a lot of these roads, especially the last mile to these tourist sites, as quickly as possible. One other issue has to do with the tourist site itself and a lot of our museums across the country. Mr. Speaker, because funding doesn't come from the center as quickly as possible, a lot of our museums and tourist sites are in very deplorable state. I believe that it is time we decentralize the management of these sites across the country, especially creating special boards for them at the local level. Even if you cannot do it at the district level because it might be too much, if you can do something at the regional level to manage these sites, especially raising funds to maintaining them and then making sure that they do reinvestment, I believe that it will go a long way to sustain a lot of our tourist sites because a lot of them are just too deplorable. And I believe that we should be able to have these local boards to raise private financing to invest because the law already states that when people even invest, they should be able to give you something. When the community invests, they should be giving something. And I believe that we've been able to do one with Inzulenzu. When we had major difficulty, we were able to bring the community together. And all those that invested, including Tourist Board itself, were given some shareholding that they are able to draw on it or reinvest in those communities. Last but not least has to do with Minister responsible for youth development and empowerment. I believe that if you take the new title for the ministry, it's clear-cut, very clear-cut, development and empowerment. And the youth definitely will be looking up to the minister that you raise the necessary resources from the Ministry of Finance and other private agencies to support the youth of this country to be able to. And I believe that, as you said in your NDC manifesto launch, you place emphasis on technology and digitalization. Already, Minister for Roads has also said the same, and I believe that you carry on with that mandate to make sure that as we have preached in our term under Dr. Maubia, you continue to invest more in the youth, especially in the area of technology. Thank you very much, and we congratulate all of you for getting this nomination through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate the nominees, Honorable Ifa Gomashi, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism, and then Honorable Emilia Atta, who is going to Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opariado, who will be the First Minister for the newly created Youth Development and Empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I'll start from Honorable Opariado, who is going to this Youth Development Ministry. Mr. Speaker, we do know that one of the biggest problems that we face in this country, especially to do with our economy, is basically about youth unemployment. So I think that in the wisdom of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to create this new ministry, which is a specific ministry for youth development, is something that we should welcome. And I'm glad that the champion of youth in the NDC party for the last few years as a youth organizer, being sent to that ministry is in the right direction. And his answers were quite impressive, that I have no doubt in my mind that he will do quite well in that ministry. When you come to Honorable Emilia Atta, she is someone that I have known for years, and I have worked with her when I was a Central Region Minister, and she was working with Honorable Shirley Aite of blessed memory in the fisheries area, and he has a very deep understanding of the subject matter. And I think her answers, that she gave, to do with all the things, all the questions that she was asked, were also quite impressive. And with her, she has the background. And I have no doubt in my mind that my constituency, which is a fishing constituency, will benefit
greatly, such as the other fisheries community, when she takes office. And then lastly is Honorable Jifa. I mean, I think I was quite impressed with the idea that we need to develop tourism infrastructure in this country. I mean, when you go to, there are not even enough hotels, not enough restaurants. When people go to places, I mean, when you come to Cape Coast, for instance, when you leave the castle, there is nowhere else to go in terms of even where you are going to, have something to eat. And she addressed all these issues. And most importantly, she's actually been a deputy minister of tourism before. So she understands the issue. And I have no doubt in my mind that when she gets in there, she will adequately address these issues in the policies and implementations that she will have the opportunity to put in place to improve Ghana's tourism, which, if it's well done, could be a serious revenue earner for this country and help us. And help us. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to join in asking the House to approve these 3 nominees so that they can go and start work immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, why? Let me.
Honorable Speaker, arise. Honorable Speaker, in this House, there are some members who are always punctual. And one of such members is an honorable sister and a friend, a nominee, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism. And because of her eager to come to the House all the time, I come under Article 102 of the Constitution and Order 64 that talks about quorum of the House. I don't want it to be said of her that somebody who always comes to the House and on a day like this, at the approval stage, the house is empty. The House is empty. I'm saying that Honorable Jifa Gumashi is here, and somebody who is always punctual.
Camilo.
We can't do this to her.
Camilo.
We can't do this to her. So we are pleading with you to get your numbers here. And my application is that I'm raising Order 64 quorum. We don't have quorum to let her go through. What are your members? Please, please. That's my application. Let us do her the honors by bringing our members here.
I'll come to you. Let me listen to Honorable Susu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I observed that when the member rose on his feet, without even the speakership recognizing him, he went ahead, turned on his mic, and began to address the House. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a House.
Honorable Sesu, initially that was right, but later on, once I saw him still standing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just urging the House that we would allow cool heads to prevail in matters like this. Because, Mr. Speaker, otherwise it would almost sound or look like once my colleague says, I want to support government business, on the other side, there's a clawback clause trying to claw back the same goodwill he intends extending. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that since we have ended the debate, Mr. Speaker, you go ahead and put the question so we move ahead. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Speaker, when you know. Mr. Speaker, I think he has yielded for me.
Honorable Leader, yesterday something happened. Hold on, you sit down. Yesterday something happened, and my own brother, my whip, said if he gets up, I shouldn't observe anybody from behind. So that is why I asked him to speak. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. So, Honorable Minority Whip, you speak if later on I need to give the...
Speaker, we are very minded to support our colleagues, to do business of the House. However, we need to recognize that there are constitutional provisions and the matter raised by the Honorable Kingsley Nyako. It's a constitutional matter. Quorum is a constitutional matter. There's no debate about it. Let nobody digress. And I'm happy I can see my good friend, Honorable Dafemeko, very eager. This is baptism of fire. Whip your members to come to the chamber and do government business. A constitutional matter has been raised. At this point, we are at your mercy. Let's go by the route. Let's do the counting.
That is
and go through the process.
Well. So, Honorable Dafemeko, let me also hear you.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I'm not on my feet to litigate this matter. But the invocation of that 64 points to the fact that a member may draw your attention to the inadequacies in terms of the quorum. But one, he didn't do that. He didn't point to any figure. The figure I have is that we are 142. But some, Speaker, I will explain. Some have proceeded because they were summoned by the chair for appointments committee to go and conclude. So once the matter was raised, the attention has been drawn to the fact that they must come back for us to deal with this matter. Then they can go back. That's why the chair himself has also come back. So we have quorum to commence business, which we have done, and we have quorum to take a decision, Mr. Speaker.
Well.
So I'm pleading with my brother on the other side.
Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Speaker, I'm pleading with them so that we can take the question. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable member for Kwadaso.
He has a responsibility to bring him.
You just told him to go out.
It's not good. It's not good. Don't do that.
Honorable member for Kwadaso. Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker.
Please, if you want to invoke the standing orders or the constitution, do so that we go through the procedure. He didn't do that. He didn't do that.
Honorable Speaker, my understanding is that we are not in quorum. So per the procedure, I think we need to get the numbers to be sure, or the bell is rung, so that Mr. Speaker, what is being done, Mr. Speaker, at Order 64 and Article 102 of the Constitution. These are the two provisions that are invoked. Order 64(1) and Article 102 of the Constitution.
Are you coming under Article 102 or Article 104?
I'm saying that Order 64, Mr. Speaker, Order 64
please,
says...
once we are going through this, we are learning. So just allow him, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Order 64(1) talks about a quorum of Parliament apart from the person presiding
is 1/3 of all members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so I come under this order. 64-1.
Honorable member, if you rely on Order 64-1, and I want to read for the hearing of all of us, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. So if that is what you are...
Mr. Speaker, I joined that one with Article 104. Article 104 of the Constitution. That talks about 104.1 talks about the fact that, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Mr. Speaker, in raising this constitutional matter, it is without prejudice. It is without prejudice. My considered position is that our friends on the other side are in the majority, and I premise my position on the fact that we have some dedicated members in this House who are always punctual, and in an occasion, Mr. Speaker, so I have invoked this. My understanding is that we are only 120 in this House. 120 in this House. And we are supposed to be 139 to make the decision. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is a constitutional matter. Once he has invoked Article 104, we will go through the process. So let me quickly ask the clerk at table. Let me call the clerk at table to ring the bell. Please, now, Honorable Whip, if the mover wants to abandon it, then I can. He's not abandoning it. Let me go through the process. So please let the bell.
Yes.
Let the bell be rung.
Speaker, with your attention, shall we then adjourn?
Come again?
Obviously, they don't have the numbers. We don't have the numbers. Instead of you to beg, they're not begging. Instead of you to beg, your chief will be here begging, and you are making papa. You don't have the numbers. Where are your people? Speaker, could you please adjourn? Go and bring your numbers. What process?
Shut up.
We are adjourning. Speaker will adjourn. Look at your chief whip. Your chief whip is begging here.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, now we'll go through the procedure in Order 64. So the first one is to direct the clerk at table to ring the bell. At least we will have 10 minutes. Then, if you still don't have the numbers, then so clerk at table, please ring the bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the majority should know that we are here to do government business. Nobody is here to thwart the business of the House. But members should also know that you cannot say one breath we are ready to support, another breath we are not ready to support. When you do that, you are accusing us wrongly, especially when a member comes up to raise a legitimate matter that we do not form a quorum. But for you to accuse us wrongly, I think that honorable member from is it Medina, honorable, yes, he's not been fair to this House, especially with the minority, and he should retract that, and let's all continue with the business, because people or colleagues that we are talking about, they are our colleagues. And if you listen to the honorable member who raised Order 64 and 104, he was actually appealing to the majority to know that they call themselves super majority. These are the people who are struggling, and these are early days yet. These are early days for us to be struggling on the floor. These are early days. The super majority. Look at all this place. We want to appeal to our colleague, especially our colleague from Medina, that sometimes his choice of words are not appropriate. His choice of words are not. You should know that we have government business to run. Please. So respect must be shown. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, he should try to be mindful of his language, withdraw what he has said, and then we progress. We need to approve our colleagues, and we, the minority, are ready to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to call on my brothers on both sides, especially on the government side, to know that where we are, today is the day of transition. We've not put the first and second deputy plus the main chief whip. They've not yet created their platform for whipping. They've not yet had their caucus meeting for so many things. So today is just their first time. And I therefore want to plead with the government, this is my former chief whip, to call on the honorable member who called for the quorum to withdraw the quorum and let us proceed and make amends. The Speaker, to add, if you are on the government side, it is not enough for you to just attack. We must be defending. So when the member was raising the quorum, looking at your back and knowing that you don't have the numbers, you don't have to attack them. You only plead. You only plead. If you plead and they disagree, then you call on the speaker to defer the question. Because you can go by force and put the question, and they will challenge it. The motion will be lost. Should we have to go and restart? Which we cannot. So where we are now, colleagues, please bear with us and withdraw the quorum. And let's make amend. It's the only exit that we have. If you want to go through the whole process, leader, you know it won't do us a great deal. Today is just the first day. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we have 138. If you ring the bell, members will come. But it will take a long time because Interior Committee is sitting. Appointment Committee is sitting. By convention, we don't sit when critical issues are being debated on the floor. Some of the members also don't know. So we don't have to be raising emotions and tensions at this time. So
Honorable member for Kwadaso, not so long ago, we were here and we approved you. Today it is our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I know my colleague will draw the quorum.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the experience Ahmed was filibustering to ensure that the seats were filled up. But, Mr. Speaker, if a question of quorum is raised under Order 64, it doesn't necessarily mean listen to the House rules, listen and learn. It doesn't necessarily mean business must come to a halt. You direct that a bell be rung, which you did.
That is why I'm entertaining the discussion.
Yes, which you did. And for 10 minutes, if you don't have the number, you can put a question or suspend sitting. Those are remedies that the rules have catered for. So it wasn't a fact that means that, oh, by all means, the House be suspended or a decision ought not to be taken. You needed to go through the procedures under 64, exhaust it, and we take a decision. So I'm sure by now you have the numbers, and the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Kwadaso has something interesting to tell you. So let's indulge him. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member. That's to listen to.
What again? Listen, you are not patient. So let me commend the Minister, local government, and this proves to the fact that we will need your guidance in navigating forward. And so, Chief Whip, where are you? You should be seated on your seat. So, baptism of fire. So, as the Honorable Boama said, we have done a very good consultation, and the Honorable Dr. Kingsley will show the way out. He will show the way out, certainly.
Okay, honorable member for Kwadaso, so let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this job is a very difficult one. It's a very difficult one. Jifa Gomashi is my very, very good friend. Very, very good friend. And even though I read this quorum, I felt it. But because I admire her so much, and she being one of the most dedicated and committed and most intelligent female MPs in our midst, I, Kingsley Nyako, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Madina, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the quorum, the application because of Honorable Jifa Gomashi, the nominee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Yusuf, please, you don't have the floor. Yes, honorable members, at the conclusion, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And that this honorable House has approved His Excellency the President nomination of Honorable Abra Jifa Gomashi as Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts.
Honorable Emiria Atta as Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Honorable George Opare Ado as Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend my congratulations to our honorable members. We wish them well in their new office. Yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm so much grateful for the opportunity to, on behalf of the nominees and their reference, thank the committee and the entire House for approving them as ministers of state. Once again, I am grateful to the House.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership, any indication?
Speaker, there was an earlier agreement at conclave on the number of statements he had admitted. So, Speaker, it's important. The Honorable OPK,
yes,
even though he has some challenge, he has been
yes,
sitting here
I don't have any problem, but then it means yes.
So, Speaker, we should. There are 3 of them. We can do 2 and then continue the rest tomorrow. Starting off with that of
yes,
the Honorable Davis.
I want the First Deputy Speaker to help me so that I'll go and come. Yes.
Speaker, shall we start off with the Honorable Davis Opoku? Speaker, we are ready to.
Yes. Honorable Davis Opoku, you may start reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make a statement on the high attrition rate in Parliament and the need for reforms in political funding and candidate selection processes. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to address a matter of significant importance to the stability and advancement of our democracy, the high attrition rate in Parliament. Over the years, numerous capable MPs have lost their seats due to systemic challenges rather than a lack of competence or dedication. Today, I seek to identify the causes of this issue and propose practical reforms to safeguard the integrity of our parliamentary system. Right Honorable Speaker, the high attrition rate in Ghana's parliament is a complex issue that affects all political parties. For instance, within the New Patriotic Party, from the 7th to the 9th Parliament, 94% of MPs lost their seats, leaving only 10 out of the 169 MPs remaining. This turnover undermines the institutional memory, disrupts the continuity of governance, and deprives Parliament of the expertise of experienced legislators. The primary drivers of this problem, Mr. Speaker, include the weak enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000, which mandates that political parties disclose their funding sources, but we all know that enforcement has been weak. This has allowed financial considerations to dominate party primaries, prioritizing wealth over competence. Mr. Speaker, the second point is the cost of politics. Campaigning and sustaining a political presence
are prohibitively expensive, compelling MPs to finance constituency activities from their own resources. This leads to financial strain and allows wealthier individuals to overshadow competent MPs during elections. Mr. Speaker, the third point is the contentious candidate selection process. Political party primaries are often divisive and financially driven, undermining the merit-based selection. My fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is the misunderstanding of MPs' role. Many constituents view MPs as local development agents, leading to unrealistic expectations. MPs are often replaced when they fail to meet their expectations, even if their legislative performance is strong. Mr. Speaker, the fifth point is the lack of government reform. The inability to elect MMDCs has shifted development responsibilities for local leaders onto MPs, further distorting public perceptions of their roles. Mr. Speaker, my proposals for reform include: 1. Strengthening enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000. The Act provides a legal framework for regulating political parties, especially their finances. However, Mr. Speaker, enforcement remains inadequate. To reduce the influence of money in politics, I recommend strict enforcement of financial disclosure requirements. 2. Penalties for non-compliance by imposing sanctions on parties that fail to adhere to financial transparency rules, and regulating political funding. Mr. Speaker, building on Act 574, Ghana should enact a comprehensive political funding legislation to level the playing field. This law should include public funding for political parties, i.e., allocating funding based on electoral performance to reduce dependency on private financiers. We should also campaign spending limits. We should cap campaign expenses to curb excessive spending like we see in the UK. Mr. Speaker, transparency and accountability. Parties must publicly disclose donations, including amounts and donors' identities. Mr. Speaker, one major cause of high attrition rate in Parliament is the divisive and financially driven nature of candidate selection within political parties. Mr. Speaker, Ghana can draw inspirations from Argentina's PASO system, introduced through Law 26574 in 2009. Mr. Speaker, the PASO system allows all registered voters, not party members, to participate in party primaries. All parties hold primaries on the same day to ensure fairness and transparency. And candidates must secure a minimum percentage of votes to qualify for the general election. This process is supervised by an independent electoral authority to ensure credibility. When Ghana adopts this PASO system, it's going to promote fairness and reduce the meritocracy that we see in our political system, ensure transparency under the Electoral Commission's oversight, and foster unity within parties by minimizing internal disputes during primaries. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution should be amended to elect MMDCs. This would empower local government leaders to oversee development projects and allow MPs to concentrate on their legislative roles. We need to strengthen the National Commission for Civic Education to inform the public about the roles of MPs. Sufficient funding should be allocated for campaigns to clarify the difference between legislative duties and development responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, my sixth point is that I propose reviving Parliament's earlier plan to construct dedicated constituency offices nationwide to strengthen the connection between MPs and their constituents. These offices would provide a permanent platform for MPs to effectively engage with their constituents, address concerns, and communicate their achievements. While pursuing the goal of constructing constituency offices, I suggest the two interim measures. Assemblies, MMDAs, could offer MPs office spaces within the administrative facilities to serve as constituency offices. Parliament perhaps could consider leasing office spaces in constituencies for MPs, ensuring accessibility and continuity in representation. Parliament should support both approaches by providing logistical assistance, including basic furnishing and professional staff, to maximize the effectiveness of these offices. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by calling on this House
to prioritize these reforms to secure the future of Ghana's democracy and ensure that Parliament remains a bastion of competent and experienced leadership. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I will just invite 2 comments from each side. Yes. Honourable 1, 2. Yes. Honourable Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
For the opportunity to contribute to this laudable statement. Mr. Speaker, it is a truism that we are faced with this challenge of rapid turnover of MPs in this House, making it a bad precedent not to have very experienced hands to lay hands on. Mr. Speaker, I will restrict myself to some of the causes that he has not mentioned. What brings about these things? Mr. Speaker, one of the problems bringing about this is government appointees of both parties who are never MPs but are given very juicy appointments tend to accumulate funds and undo MPs who are doing the work on the floor of Parliament. Both political parties are guilty of this offense. You will be in the House, be contributing, you will go to your constituency, attend programs, let the party be popular on the ground. Then somebody is just given an appointment, restrict him or himself, herself in a particular office, accumulate money, and the next issue is, let me target this constituency to undo the person during primaries. Sincerely, if both political parties do not deal with this issue, it will continue to happen, and we will have one-term MPs existing in this House. Then, in the long run, the country stands to suffer the most, because we will bring square pegs in round holes in this House, and the nation will lose finally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my brother, for bringing up this issue.
Yes, Honourable Professor Nyako.
Well, Honourable Speaker, I'm privileged to get this opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by Honourable Davis Asan Opoku, MP in Paeso constituency, on the topic, the high attrition rate in Parliament and the need for reforms in political funding and candidate selection processes. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important topic. It's a topic that I think that we need to take a very critical look at. The causes that he has identified and the proposals for dealing with them, the Speaker, are in the right direction. Suffice me to say, and I want to add an aspect of a cause that probably didn't clutter his mind. The Speaker, my worry is the assessment of members of Parliament by researchers and other scholars. The Speaker, we are in this House to perform certain responsibilities, legislative functions, deliberative, financial oversight. These are some of the things that we do. And of course, we also represent our constituents here by bringing to the chamber or the floor issues that bother them. Mr. Speaker, but when assessments are done on members of Parliament, in most cases, the work we do here are excluded. They don't see the importance of our contributions, the legislations that we make, our inputs at committee meetings, and even at plenary. These assessors don't care about any of this. Mr. Speaker, if my constituents don't know my contribution on the floor, the bills I've helped to sponsor, ideas that are brought to bear on shaping policies of government that are brought to the House. How can they assess me effectively? Now, the assessments of MPs are restricted only in the constituencies on matters of development. But we are told that the MPs are not agents of development, rather the assemblies. So, Speaker, this trend, if not addressed, will contribute to the high attrition rates that we are experiencing in this House. There are a lot of our seniors here who are well versed when it comes to the rules of procedure in this House. The Speaker, we need their expertise. We need the expertise of somebody like Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, Adon Pre, Mama Erga, and Ahmed Ibrahim, Haruna Dusu, and others. They've been here for a very long time, and they understand the rules of engagement in this House. Assuming they were not around, how would the newcomers benefit from their experience and their rich expertise? We need to let them understand that when they are assessing us, we don't begrudge them if they go to our constituencies, but they must also come here and know what we do. Probably, Mr. Speaker, our constituents will now understand the work we do. So this unbalanced assessment of MPs is a major cause of the high attrition rate that we're experiencing in our democracy and our parliament. And again, the cost burden as well. It's not possible that, as the maker of the statement did say, that there should be legislation that will cap how much we have to spend on the campaign trail and the other things that we do. That will help. We have CI, the CI that governs our elections of 2024, CI 127. It's not possible for us to even amend the CI and make sure that any candidate who goes beyond a certain amount of spending must be dealt with according to the law. We need to criminalize excessive spending. The Speaker is going to help us. On that score, I want to pat the back of the maker of the statement, and I hope that we will take a very critical look at this statement. If possible, if the Speaker, you will take the lead in letting us have a committee to look into it. The high attrition rate is troubling. It is worrying. It must stop somewhere. Otherwise, we are going to lose the fine brains of our legislators in this parliament. Thank you. May God bless you. May you live long, Mr. Speaker.
I promised the first timer. Let him.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission and guidance, can I kindly defer to the Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu, who also tried getting your attention? With your guidance, sir.
Honorable Fred, why is it that
Honorable Adam,
why is it that he himself didn't get up?
No, he tried, please, but he couldn't catch your eye, please. With your guidance, Mr.
Anyway,
Speaker.
let him hear him for the first time in the chamber. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I need to thank my colleague, Honorable Edem Agbana, for being gracious enough to see this time to me. Mr. Speaker, I associate fully with my colleague, the Honorable Davis Opoku of the Mpraeso constituency, who once upon a time was my junior in school, but is now my senior in parliament. Such is the vicissitudes of life. Mr. Speaker, he makes an important point about the need for intra-party reforms in terms of the way that candidates are selected to contest for parliament. The monetization of the process has become extremely detrimental to the well-being of this House. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that quality is increasingly taking a back seat, and money bags are holding sway. The only way around it is for the parties to realize that it is in their interest that their best and brightest come to Parliament, because it is the quality inherent in those who come to this House that shapes the way in which governance is undertaken. There was a time when parties actually had to go headhunting in order to select candidates for certain constituencies. But now every Tom, Dick, and Harry shows up, and to the extent that they have deep pockets, they are able to ascend to the candidacy of parties in various constituencies. This is not sustainable. The amounts of money that one needs to spend in order to win party primaries often even affects one's ability to prosecute a meaningful campaign in the general elections. Because by the time you are done, you would either be deep in debt or you'll be totally bankrupt. So reforms are an absolute necessity for the political parties in terms of how primaries are structured and in terms of how candidates emerge. There is a second leg to the Honorable Opoku Ansah's submission or statement, which we need to consider carefully, and it is about whether or not MPs are development agents. Mr. Speaker, on paper, and in fact, MPs are not development agents. We are essentially legislators. At most, we hold some influence in terms of how we are able to direct development to our constituencies. But there is also an objective reality that we must face, Mr. Speaker. That reality is that government, by virtue of our status as a developing country, is unable to reach every part of this country. And for that reason, there are those in our country who face extreme deprivation, who are literally cut off from the rest of this country and have basic needs that have remained unmet for decades. If someone does not step into that breach to meet some of those needs, there will be immense suffering. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the decision to contest to come to Parliament must be one that is made after sober reflection and candid introspection to determine whether you have what it takes to do what this job requires. So even though we are not development agents on paper, we are forced to become development agents because of the reality of our people. I'm sure if you went around and spoke to each one of us, and you would know, Mr. Speaker, because we have been in this house for quite some time, that the sort of demands that are made on you drain you. But if you do not meet those demands, those who come to make them will languish in suffering. So a certain level of resourcefulness is required of all those who want to come to this house. One does not need to be wealthy. You only need to be resourceful, which means that you know what to do to mobilize the needed resources to address a particular problem. In the fullness of time, as and when our status improves from developing to developed, I'm sure that some of these problems will be addressed. So even as we repeat the mantra that we are not development agents, we must appreciate that the reality of this job is that you are going to be the focal point of development in your constituency, that everybody will look up to you as the one who can address their concerns. It is not something we should shy away from, Mr. Speaker. It is something that we must strive to achieve, pending the reaching of every part of this country by government to resolve their needs. I thank you for the opportunity to make my maiden statement in this house.
Thank you so much. Say 2-2, but nobody's here. So then let me give it to. Yes. Honorable Isaac Boama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make some brief comments on the statement made by the Member of Parliament for Imprayeso, Honorable Davis Ansa Opoku. Mr. Speaker, this particular topic is very, very essential for Ghana's democratic development, in the sense that parliamentary representation is one of the key aspects of our democratic governance, for which, if we're not careful to build the capacity of Parliament, at the end of the day, our expectations of holding government accountable will be very much affected. The maker of the statement made references to some of the deep causes of this attrition in our Parliament of Ghana. When you take the records, as he indicated, members on the majority side have been the most affected. The minority side currently have been most affected. He gave the statistics of up to almost 90% attrition rate. But when you take the 9th Parliament, as we speak, about 115 members have joined this new Parliament, which represents close to about 45% of the total number of members of Parliament. It is important, of course, that you have people coming in to Parliament to also bring fresh ideas and new expertise to support the cause of Parliament. But the difficulty for us as a House is how to ensure that those who are contributing significantly to the development of parliamentary cause on both sides, whether majority or minority, are adequately protected. This protection is a burden that political parties have to scrutinize, because as political parties, there should be mechanisms through which we're going to use to ensure that those who support the cause of parliamentary duties on behalf of the party, because members of parliament mostly come from political parties, and so the ability to protect and ensure that quality is maintained for parliamentary business should not only be a concern for the general public, but as well the political parties that support and bring the members of parliament to the House. Mr. Speaker, my recommendation to political parties, and I think the Honourable Member for Kwadas raised it, is about assessment of members of parliament. There has not been any critical criteria on the part of political parties to assess the performance of its members of parliament, based upon which justification can be made to its members in the various constituencies to see how best those parliamentarians would be protected. And so my encouragement to political parties is to try as much as possible to do effective assessment of members of parliament, so that those that are very, very strong in supporting government business or supporting the cause of parliament will be protected. On the other hand, I also believe that the financing aspect, which Honourable Member for Honourable Felix Ofosu-Kwakye raised, the financing of political of parliamentarians is also a cause to worry, and the recommendation that there should be a means by which government, or of course government, would also play a role in ensuring that some of the burden that members of parliament incur in the course of their parliamentary duties are minimized, so that they don't end up, when it comes to the time where they are competing for re-election into parliament, they will be resource constrained. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I think the maker of the statement has done a fantastic job, and we all commend him for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it to a close. You want to say something? Leadership?
I just want to plead that we take maybe one more. And then one from each side. just one on each side, one apiece, and then we can draw the
No,
curtain.
you speak.
So I will not speak.
You will not speak. Thank
Yes,
you.
so I will not speak. So I'm just suggesting to you that for us to draw the curtains, we should take one from the other side.
Okay, then let me take it
and then
from
one
Ramadan.
From one side, then we can close.
He has been up for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Davis Ansa Opoku of Impraiso. Mr. Speaker, this issue of expectations on parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, it's of great concern, but I think it's largely because members of parliament are the ones who are elected. I'm sure that if we get to the point where we begin to elect our chief executives, I'm sure it would reduce a lot of pressure on the members of parliament. And His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama, has indicated that he's up for it to ensure that we begin to elect our MMDCs. Mr. Speaker, my constituency, for instance, in Adenta, it's a constituency that was set up in 2004. And Mr. Speaker, since 2004, in addition to this election, this is the 6th election we've had. And every single election we have gone into, we've had a different member of parliament. So all our MPs in Adenta have consistently been backbenchers, either row 6 or row 7. This is the first time the good people of Adenta have decided to retain their member of parliament, and they have their member of parliament moving from either row 6 or 7 in the back and be in the middle. It clearly shows that Adenta is recognizing the fact that it is important we maintain a certain level of consistency. And Mr. Speaker, internally, the other challenge we have, like my colleague indicated, you have political appointees who would not nurture a constituency, but by virtue of positioning themselves properly around the cake of power, they would come in during primaries with a fat purse and come and destabilize members of parliament. I'd like to commend the MPP for doing something during the last election. MPP had indicated that if you're a chief executive and you wanted to contest your member of parliament, or in a constituency where you have a certain member of parliament, you needed to resign 3 clear years before the primaries. And then they also said that if you were a constituency executive, maybe a chairman or a secretary, and you intended to contest your sitting member of parliament, you needed to resign 2 clear years. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that my party would follow queue and even go further, a step further, in also adding not only MMDCs or constituency executive, but also adding political appointees. Because, Mr. Speaker, you have people today who are chief executives who have not been active in the constituency. You have members of parliament who have nurtured constituency in opposition and has brought this party to power. And yet, some of them tomorrow during primaries would come in with a fat purse and try and come and destabilize. So, Honorable Impraiso, I wish to commend you so much for this statement. It is something that must be of concern to all of us, and I hope and pray that we get to the point where we begin to elect MMDCs. Then clearly our lines of responsibility would be well spelled out, that everybody will know that as a member of parliament, your key role is to enact laws, and then the MMDC, his responsibility is to develop the community. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much
to make the statement.
I think this particular topic will be revisited. So, on that note, we will bring the statement to a close, and would like to thank all of you for your cooperation. I believe you are in my hands, so I'll go ahead to adjourn the House to tomorrow. Leadership, when are we starting tomorrow's session? Is it 10 or 12?
Mr. Speaker,
we don't have a report from the Appointments Committee yet. And so if we come in the morning, we might not have any business. And tomorrow being Friday, we can allow members to come at midday for us to start. By that time, we'll have a report available.
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, midday.
Yeah, I will gladly second the application made by the respected leader of the House. It's safe to say that, Speaker, today at the business committee meeting, unfortunately, leader wasn't there because he had not taken the mantle yet. It's coming up increasingly that we are behind schedule with the composition of the committees.
Committees, yes.
So I cannot agree more with leader. So that if it is 12, then we can meet. The committee of selection is chaired by the speaker, and thankfully the speaker is around. We can have a meeting before 12, and then probably look at the first draft of the composition of the committees. So I agree with leader that we should sit at 12 midday tomorrow.
Thank you very much, honourable members. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 12 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.